All right, can you all see my screen?
Yeah, Gene. So looks like we're ready.
Okay,
Okay, then I'll call the meeting to order. Um, I'm calling to order the meeting of the Boulder Planning Board. This is our Thursday, January 21st, 2021 meeting, and we have a quorum. And Gene, if you can take your screen down for a minute. Great. Okay, so let's see. We don't just have a quorum, we've got the whole planning board here, all the members. And before we get to meeting protocols and the rest of the agenda, I just wanted to start by thanking everybody for their patience. This is a difficult task, and usually our staff makes it look so seamless that we forget that it's not always easy. And we're living in a pandemic time when we have to do these things virtually. And I think generally we've been really lucky, and we've had a lot of skills applied to this so that we just get to get these meetings and have them come off smoothly. So that's great, and I just would like to request that everyone have patience with each other during these times, and that we behave accordingly. One more thing is that I wanted to let you all know that the 2021 boards and commissions applications are available for people to apply on the city's website. I don't expect you to take this down, but it's not that hard. You can just go to www.bouldercolorado.gov, which is the city's website, and then type in boards-commissions. The 2021 annual recruitment for boards and commissions is going to end at 5 o'clock next Thursday, the 28th. So if you know anyone that may be interested in serving on one of the city's boards or commissions, please take a look at the vacancy list, see where the empty seats are, and maybe recommend that they run. Cindy just sent me the latest on the number of applications that have been received so far for the boards and commissions, and I was surprised to see that only one person has applied to take the upcoming vacant seat, mine, on planning boards. So we certainly do want to see more than one person apply for planning board. I know these are difficult times, polarized politically, and sometimes the kind of vitriol that people sitting in our seats and the thanklessness of this job makes it seem more unattractive than we would hope it would be. But I hope somebody and some other people will step up and apply for this position on planning board. It's a very rewarding way to serve the public. So with that said, I'm going to turn it back over to Jean. And Jean, if you can handle the meeting protocols, that would be great. Thank you.
thanks, Harmon. We again really appreciate everyone's patience, but I'm so excited to see that we have so many people that found the new link so quickly. So thank you, and thank you for being here. So a few rules quickly to go over in this virtual environment. Any activities that disrupt, delay, or interfere with the meeting are prohibited. And just as if it would be if we were meeting in person, the time for speaking or asking questions is limited. So either I or Harmon will recognize either applicants or members of the community during the open comment or during the public hearings to speak, and we will unmute you. We need anyone intending to address the board to please use a full name. And if your name is not currently displayed, you can send it to me in the chat and I'm happy to change it for you. Okay, let's move on to the next one of these. And no video will be permitted except for board, staff, and applicants. All others will please participate by voice only. Harmon and I, or Cindy, if she's helping to host, will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates the rules. So please don't do that. We don't want to have to do that. I'd love to use the chat function only for technical issues, or if you can't raise your hand, because please refrain from any comments that are regarding the substance of the decision making in the chat. We don't use that for that. Okay, and for the public hearing, as I mentioned, we'll use the raise hand function. If somehow you can't find that, feel free to message me in the chat and I'll get you into the queue for the public hearing.
You just muted yourself, Jean.
That's pretty weird. I wasn't even touching anything. Perhaps I was waving my hand as I was speaking. I don't know.
I think that was me inadvertently when I was inviting someone. Sorry.
No worries. I think it's just going to be this way tonight. So thanks again, everyone, for bearing with us. I'm going to stop sharing. And let's see. Each speaker will have 3 minutes when we get to that. We'll try to tee everybody up so you know when your turn's coming. If we have folks on the phone, they can use *9 to indicate that they'd like to speak. I mentioned the full name, and I think that's it, but we'll give it, I probably missed something given the way that things are going, so we can fill in as we go if we need some more.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Jean and Cindy as well. Just to, while we're going over the minutes, planning board members, can you go and rename yourself with a PB in front of your name? I see Sarah's already done that. She gets the gold star. The rest of you need to do it because it makes it easier for our moderator to sort so that we all appear as a bunch. And it helps the public know who we are. So David, if you would put the PB first, so we all have PB in front of our names so we sort together. That would be great. Thanks. So the first order of business is to approve the minutes or not for December 3rd. I will ask if there are any folks who have any questions on planning board around the minutes. Okay, not seeing any anything but nods. So do I have a motion to approve the December 3rd, 2020 minutes?
I'll move to approve the December 3rd minutes.
Okay, second? Okay,
I'll second.
so we've got a motion on the floor to approve the December 33rd, 2020 minutes. It's been made by Lisa Smith and seconded by Sarah Silver. Any discussion? Okay, that's the motion of the board. I'll take a roll call vote. Lisa?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
Okay, I'll vote aye. Minutes are approved unanimously. We have one more set of minutes, December 17th, 2020. Any discussion around those minutes? We've all had an opportunity to review them and the changes have been made. Okay, take a motion.
I'll move to approve them.
Second? Okay.
Second.
So I've got a motion from John, seconded by Lupita. Any discussion? Okay, motion of the board is to approve the December 17th, 2020 minutes. Take a roll call vote. John?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. So those minutes are approved, 7-0. Next order of business on the agenda is public participation. This is an opportunity for members of the public who want to address the planning board on any planning matter that's within our purview to do so. And you'll have 3 minutes. You're not to discuss the public hearing tonight. There's going to be a separate public comment section for that. And the public hearing for tonight is the non-conforming use review for Marpa House at 891 12th Street into 16 3-bedroom dwelling units in the LR1 zoning district. It's case number LUR 2020-00022. So if that's what you want to speak to, you'll be able to speak to that after the presentations and that public hearing. So this is just for non-public hearing items. So I'm going to turn it back over to our moderator, and Jean, if you want to help me out and handle the public participation during tonight's meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'm hopeful I can do that, Harmon, and I blinked out there for a few seconds. So I didn't catch your instructions. So this is open comment.
Yeah,
and
open comment.
Public hearing. and not the items for the public hearing. So we have lots of folks with their hands raised. We can, I'll move through those and you can indicate if you would like to be under open comment or if you are intending to be with, it would be best if you could put your hand down if you're intending to speak at one of the public hearings.
Yeah, we only have one public hearing tonight. And if you're here to speak to Marpa House, then you should put your hand down now. If you want to make an open comment around some other issue, leave your hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry if I was not clear about that in the initial instructions. All right, it looks like we've got Shirley Schaller, Lynn Siegel, and Diana Gonzalez-Burden. So Shirley, if you would like to speak, if you can go ahead, and I'll start the timer now. We'll have a little signal at the end of 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you for listening. My name is Shirley Schaller. I live at 5054 51st Street, and I'm requesting that the planning board hold a public hearing in regards to the zoning permit. The planning department staff gave to Josh Diner to submit with his liquor license application for the restaurant he wants to open at the Reservoir. The zoning permit was not reviewed by anyone but city staff, despite the fact that this was a controversial decision with serious implications for public safety. The decision to permit these operating characteristics was made by staff interdepartmentally. Parks and Rec requested the zoning permission from the planning department. Protecting the health and safety of the public is one of the city of Boulder's fundamental obligations. We need a public hearing to explain how dangerous these operating characteristics are. We had a meeting with Sheriff Joe Pell this past Friday, and I'm calling, this is with neighbors of the Reservoir, and he is totally unaware of the proposed restaurant at the Reservoir and that its hours can be from 9 until midnight, serving alcohol. 51st Street is a very dangerous road. It is driven by a lot of people in the summertime coming to the Reservoir to enjoy all the many amenities. And unfortunately, I believe that due to the fact that it's a nice straight road, that speeding does happen quite often. And if you add alcohol to the equation and also the darkness, this will become a deadly scenario. There are 17 homes that have driveways that connect to 51st Street. And when I pull out of mine, I have to look both directions more than once because my husband and I have had speeding people come up over the hill from north going south that we could not pull out of our driveway. And they were nowhere in sight when we started to enter onto 51st Street. So I'm just please requesting that you open this back up and let the neighbors have the opportunity to speak on this situation. We don't want anybody to die on our road, and it is filled with bicyclists and runners during the day, marathons, and 51st Street is one of the major bicycle routes to you ride your bike to the Reservoir, go across the dam, and you connect with the next major bike route. So thank you for listening and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Lynn Siegel, you're up next. And then I think I have Stacy Apple in the chat for open comment. Lynn, you can go ahead.
You hear me? And if you can't, at any point, for any amount of time, I want to know instantly.
Okay, you can go ahead.
I'm very, very upset with your decision on Macy's. You know, your seat on the planning board has a huge impact on the city council. This is the biggest disaster Boulder has seen in the past that I can remember. This is unbelievable what you did with your decision. The jobs to housing ratio is 3-1. City council spent until about midnight on homelessness the other night. What you are doing is enhancing homelessness in the time of COVID, when people can't even afford to stay in their own place. This is unbelievable. It did not meet Boulder Valley Comp Plan. I forget the numbers. I have them all written down. I've sent them to you. Sam Weaver even declared that the same numbers besides 1.110, or the one that's jobs housing imbalance. And they were off. They're all off. There's not better housing in there. There's not more mixed use. There's 5% retail to 95% commercial or office building. Nobody goes to the office anyway. Google's down the street and it's empty. What could you people be thinking? How could you logically make such a decision? It's stunning. How could you do that? Do you know what impact you have on the city council? Do you know what impact this is going to have for years and years and years on the city of Boulder? Shame on you. Shame on you. Unbelievable. You don't think, we have a problem of equity in this town? You're making it worse by so much. Worse for many, many years. That was unacceptable, that decision of yours. Completely unacceptable. And Harmon, you think I'd vote for planning board? No way. I will vote, I will get on a board. It's integrative, interdepartmental planning policy. Then I'll run for that board. Because all these boards that I cover, 7 of them, they're all working at odds of each other. And then everything's in chaos. This is just so unacceptable. Take a moment and breathe and think about what you have done. I am so ashamed of this town. It's a university town. There's supposed to be logic and intelligence here. And there was not.
Thanks, Lynn. That was the 3 minutes. Next up, we have Tana Sampson. Tanis, I'm going to see if I can get you to unmute here. There we go. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you for your public service. I work for a Title I elementary school, and I appreciate the hard work that everybody is doing during this time. I am here to ask that the planning board to hold a public hearing regarding the zoning permit for the dockside restaurant at the Boulder Reservoir. I live at 4979 Valclaurie Drive in the Valhalla neighborhood, which is about, I think it's 85 homes maybe in our neighborhood only. It's dark, it's quiet, there's wildlife out here. We have a trailhead in our neighborhood that is taken care of by Boulder County. We neighbors have to call in this activity that goes on. And the reason why that we are wanting to hold the, to relook at this permit that we assigned to them is because they said originally they sold it to us as a restaurant at the res. Nice little quiet family place. You could go for a glass of wine on the patio after a paddleboard session or something similar. In reality, it's an event center that he'll have a beach that he'll have to cover with staff that's 60,000 square feet of open water, zero entry water. that it also will have, he'll have the patio there. It's going to be open, serving alcohol from 9 to midnight, 7 days a week. We in Valhalla and the Waterstone areas are used to having events here. We know this. This is what we signed up for when we moved into our little piece of heaven out here. But we did not sign up for patrolling Valhalla and 51st 7 days a week, all through the evening. So we would like you guys to reopen this permit so that we can be clear about it and really kind of show it to our other neighbors that we're sort of, I like to call it bait and switched as far as what we really are getting out here. That's all I really have to say. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tana. I had one other note in the chat from Brad, I think Brad O'Neill. Brad, did you want to speak in the open comment? I'm going to ask you to unmute. Did you want to be in the open comment or under the public hearing?
Public hearing, please.
Okay, all right, we'll get you lined up for that one.
Thank you.
All right, I see no other hands at the moment for the open comment. And I think I've gotten through the folks that were in the chat. And I think most folks want to be in the public hearing.
Yeah, if there's anybody on the phone who wants to speak, not to the public hearing item, but to this open comment, you can dial *9 and just speak up.
I'm not sure folks can unmute themselves, Harmon. So
Okay.
I think folks have found that.
See what happens when I try to be helpful.
No, it's okay. It's we're not used to this exact system. All right, looks like David wants to be for the public hearing. If anybody else would like to speak during open comment, please shoot me a message, either chat right now or the raise hand, and otherwise we can move on. Oh wait, all right, we've got Charlie. Looks like Charlie, I'm not gonna try your last name. Here we go. All right, Charlie, this is the open comment. I think you can unmute yourself.
All right, yeah, hi there. I just joined, so I'm not exactly sure. I'm here to talk about the Marpa House things. Is that the right place for the open hearing, or
That's the public hearing. Yeah.
okay? So I should talk later then, or now?
Later, please.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
going once, going
great.
twice. We done?
I think we're finished with open comment.
Sarah?
I'm wondering if maybe staff, I've not heard about the issues with a use permit at the Reservoir restaurant. And I'm wondering if staff could possibly speak to what the neighbors' concerns are and whether, how we might,
Yes.
maybe we do it matters, but how do we discuss whether it makes sense to request a hearing?
Yeah, no, I don't know if we can. Let's just find out now what the status is of that. If that ship has sailed, you know, we've had 2 members of the public ask about that, and we're about to jump into the agenda item for call-ups. So I don't know if call-up available. Maybe Charles can help us with that.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I think what the public is referring to is the application for a liquor license before the Board of Liquor Adjustment. So there isn't any trigger for any type of special process like a use review or a conditional use for a restaurant in the P zone. So staff, you know, periodically reviews applications for liquor licenses, and I think our staff made a determination that it was an allowable use in the P zone district as an accessory use to the reservoir. So in this case, there wouldn't be any additional process associated with that. And I believe that the BLA is slated to hear it in February, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so that for members of the public, what Charles just said, if I can paraphrase, is that the public hearing for this matter is only at the liquor board, and this is an allowed use. So like a house in a single family housing district, it's an allowed use. It's allowed to be permitted without any review. So planning board has no purview to call up this matter. So with that, I'm going to go on to the next item, which is call-ups, dispositions, continuations. We have no matters that are being continued. We have no dispositions, and I'll open up some space for call-ups, but I don't think there are any call-ups that we haven't been informed of. So if that's the case, we'll move on to the public hearing. Staff, Charles, there are no call-ups that we have an opportunity to call up.
No, there are no call-ups this meeting.
Okay, great. So we're going to move to agenda item 5A. It's our only public hearing for tonight. It's a public hearing in consideration of a non-conforming use review for the historic restoration and conversion of the former Marpa House group living quarters at 891 12th Street into 16 three-bedroom dwelling units with a maximum occupancy of 48 persons. The project site is zoned residential L1, RL1, and the case number is LUR 2020-00022. And the first thing we'll do before turning it over to staff is disclosures and recusals. Are there any planning board members who need to recuse or make a disclosure around this matter? Sarah?
I don't think I need to recuse, but I was the liaison to landmarks during part of the landmarks board discussion about historic preservation of the building, but it was not decided when I was the liaison, but I heard a lot of the discussion.
Okay. John?
Yeah, I don't think I need to recuse myself, but I have spoken with a number of folks who were involved with this proposal. This was in, several months ago and not recently. And I have walked around the neighborhood quite a bit recently.
Okay. Anyone else? Peter?
Well, I don't normally disclose what trails I've hiked or, streets I've walked down, as some do before certain things. I feel all of a sudden, drawn to this in a way that I need to disclose that 20 years ago, almost the day, I spent many nights and meals at Marpa House, and that's certainly colored my impression of this, but it has not rendered me incapable of being objective.
Okay. Hella, do you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up with John. John, today in the hearing, can you base your decision solely on the evidence that was presented for this hearing and not on your conversations that occurred many months ago that you referenced?
Yes, I can.
And will you do that?
I will.
And can you be fair and impartial in your decision making?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any disclosures? Okay, I'm going to disclose that I had a conversation this week with Jan Burton, a former city councilwoman who lives nearby to Marpa House, and she had questions for me around the Marpa House application, which I hadn't read. I had not read the packet at that point. So that's an ex parte communication that I've had that others on the board have not had.
And can you make your decision solely based on what you hear today and not on anything you may have learned during the conversation with Jen Burton?
Yes, I can.
And can you be fair and impartial?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there are no more disclosures, then I will turn it over to Charles Farrow. And Charles, you can kick off the staff presentation.
Great, thanks very much. Sloan Walbert will present staff's analysis this evening. And I would also point out that the applicant's team has a number of their consultants with them this evening. So in the event that there's more detailed questions about things like parking and their traffic study, there's some expertise in the call tonight.
Okay, and the applicant knows that the time limit is 15 minutes with 3 minutes for rebuttal?
Correct.
Have they requested any additional time?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thanks, Charles, and good evening to everybody. Let me pull up my presentation here. All right, is everyone able to see that?
Not yet.
No, okay, shoot. How about now?
It's coming. Yeah. Looks good.
Okay, good. All right, so as you described, I will be presenting tonight a request to convert an existing boarding house at 891 12th Street to 16 self-contained dwelling units and to renovate and restore the historic structure. So just as an overview of the presentation tonight, I will cover the history of the property's use, some regulatory background. I'll cover the review process and the criteria in the land use code. Describe the area context and the existing site conditions, do an overview of the proposal and cover the staff's analysis of the use review criteria, and then end with a recommendation to the board. So the existing building was constructed in 1923 for a fraternity use. That was prior to the city's adoption of the first zoning ordinance in 1928. At that time, it was zoned low density residential. So the use has been a legal non-conforming use since zoning was established in the city. In 1955, the Board of Adjustment approved an addition to the fraternity house. And in 1968, the CBT fraternity occupied the site, and the use was documented with the city as 31 rooming units, one communal kitchen, and a maximum of 50 occupants. In 1977, the Tibetan organization named Farah Datu established the Marpa House boarding house with the intent of a community of people interested in Buddhism, meditation, and Eastern spirituality. In 2010, which is missing on here, sorry about that, the city documented the occupancy as 50 occupants as part of an administrative review. Last year, the structure was designated as an individual historic landmark due to its historic architectural and cultural significance. So based on this history of use on the site, the property owner does have property rights to operate consistent with a group living quarters, like a boarding house, fraternity, sorority, or dormitory with a maximum of 50 occupancy. These uses generally have communal dining areas, common gathering areas, and regular visits by employees like commercial kitchen staff, cleaning staff, etc. And allowable occupancy for group residences like this are determined based on city records, including rental housing records. There is an assumption that there could be some fluctuation in occupancy, but the records list the maximum occupancy, in this case, 50 persons. And the population served by the use is not documented by the city and not regulated generally. So in this case, there is nothing in the record stating that this has to be a contemplative population served here. So just sort of to set the stage, what is a non-conforming use? So essentially, it's a use that was lawfully established prior to the existing zoning. In this case, the site is non-conforming as to use due to that group housing use, like a boarding house. It exceeds the maximum density allowable, and it does not meet the parking requirements based on the number of occupancy. They are required to provide 33 parking spaces, and there are currently only 6 provided. And why would we want to protect these uses? So one reason is that we have a legal obligation to do so. The land use code also does not encourage or require the discontinuance of non-conforming uses. The regulations state that the policy of the city is to allow non-conforming uses to be changed and upgraded without requiring their elimination if the change would not substantially adversely affect the surrounding area and if the change would not increase the degree of nonconformity of the use. So as I described, the existing use is non-conforming as to density, parking, and use. The development proposal is considered an expansion of a non-conforming use because it would be adding dwelling units. And the standards for changes to non-conforming uses states that a non-conforming use review is required, and it must be reviewed for consistency with the criteria in section 9.2.15. This is a discretionary review with a quasi-judicial hearing tonight. The decision is criteria-based. Generally, the non-conforming use review criteria are focused on minimizing adverse impacts to surrounding properties, maintaining compatibility with surrounding uses, as well as the area character, improving the appearance of the property, and decreasing the level of nonconformity where possible. This process provides flexibility for improving, rehabilitating, or expanding nonconforming properties and can help promote reinvestment in some neglected structures. As part of the public process, written notice was sent and a notice was posted on the property. Hence, all notice requirements of the land use code have been met. There was a large amount of public comment received, which has been forwarded, and sounds like you'll hear from some members tonight. The applicant did host a neighborhood meeting in September of last year. For some background, the 0.4 acre property is located on the northeast corner of Aurora and 12th Street in the University Hill neighborhood. It's less than a half-mile walk to Broadway and the CU campus with easy access to the Euclid underpass. The project site is zoned residential low, as well as the neighboring properties, which is defined as single-family detached residential dwelling units at low to very low residential densities. The University Hill neighborhood parking program covers the streets to the north, south, and east, where public parking is limited to 2 hours. This would allow residents of this proposed development to receive 1 permit for up to 2 vehicles. For further context, the area is characterized by residential uses in a variety of forms. The area has historically housed university students, staff, and faculty. There was a large blanket downzoning in University Hill in 1974. So there are some nonconformities in the area, particularly along Aurora Avenue and to the north. So there are a number of properties with multifamily residential housing, some apartments, duplexes, fraternity and sorority houses, and many of those serve student rental housing needs. So most notably, the large Pi Beta Phi sorority house is located across the alley to the west, which was constructed in 1927, just prior to the zoning ordinance as well. The house is approximately 28,000 square feet in size. It has 80 residents and 38 bedrooms. Single-family detached homes are located to the southeast and west in a variety of sizes and styles, as you can see here. There are several sort of large grand homes on large lots in the vicinity. The site contains an approximately 40-foot tall 4-story building, which is 3 stories with a basement level. There are landscape buffers on the streets and to the residential uses to the south, and surface parking exists off of the alley. So the applicant is requesting approval of a use review to allow an interior reconfiguration to create 16 self-contained dwelling units. This would reduce the allowable occupancy of the development to 48 persons, which is 3 occupants per unit. The land use code does give us a means to convert the occupancy to dwelling units. So using that formula, the dwelling unit equivalency is 16.6 dwelling units. So they are meeting that and actually decreasing the occupancy to 48. The applicant has submitted a good neighbor statement of operations, which would be included with any approval documentation and also enforceable by the city. The document's intended to act as a management plan and to sort of document expectations in how the site is managed. And this plan includes information about general site maintenance, how how it will be staffed. The applicant has committed to appointing a neighborhood liaison for the site. It also has contact information for neighborhood complaints and dispute resolution strategies. It has a section regarding parking management. The 9 parking stalls proposed would be unbundled, meaning they would be assigned to tenants who pay a monthly fee for those. As mentioned, the site was landmarked last year. The proposal includes the rehabilitation of the historic building, which would be the repair and retrofit of historic windows and doors, replacement of other windows and doors to meet the historic character, repairs to roofing, stucco cladding, and other building elements. And they do have an approved landmark alteration certificate for this work. They would be removing some non-historic elements from the site, and they would also be making life safety upgrades to the structure, like egress, windows and doors, and exits, and fire suppression systems. The proposal also includes several site and building improvements to serve the proposed use, which includes establishing 9 formal parking spaces off the alley, where 6 are currently located. These spaces would be modified to meet current parking standards, and any of the parking that encroaches into the alley would be rectified with this proposal. They're proposing 10 short-term public bike parking spaces to the south of the building, and also 48 long-term secure biking spaces in the basement area, which is kind of indicated with that dotted line there. That would be double what they are required. They'd also be providing a trash recycling compost enclosure with screening. The renovation would remove some of the large gathering spaces, which are currently provided as interior rooms, exterior decks. There's some concrete party areas. And these areas would be on the exterior redesigned as passive open space areas that's intended to mitigate noise impacts to surrounding properties and to just generally discourage disruptive behaviors. They would also be updating the landscape to enhance the character of the site and to meet or exceed current code requirements where possible. So the key issue for discussion, as identified by staff, is whether the proposal meets the criteria for an expansion of a non-conforming use per the Land Use Code section 9215. There is a very detailed analysis in the memo, but just to summarize, the proposed conversion to dwelling units is reasonably compatible with and would have minimal negative impact on the use of nearby properties. There is a variety of measures proposed to reduce or alleviate the effects of the use on the surrounding area. The proposed operational characteristics are appropriate and adequately address concerns regarding noise, parking, traffic, and other nuisances. The parking requirements will not increase with the proposal, and the applicant has submitted analysis by a professional traffic engineer that finds that the streets have capacity to accommodate the expected parking generated. Sorry about that. And the applicant also submitted a traffic assessment that concludes that the proposed development would actually have an overall reduction in trip generation compared to the boarding house. As I described, they would also be removing some of the large gathering spaces and generally discouraging disruptive behaviors. The proposal would not change the predominant character of the surrounding area, which, as I described earlier, is characterized by residential uses in a variety of forms. In order to mitigate the impacts of the use, they are proposing to provide excess short and long-term bike parking, reducing deck and patio areas. The site and building improvements would improve the physical appearance of the structure and the site. I think it's important to note that the building was constructed prior to the adoption of zoning in the city and has also been landmarked. So it's not a use that can be reasonably utilized as a detached single-family home. and can't reasonably be made to conform to other current requirements as well. So I think just generally, the proposal would promote reinvestment in the property and support the rehabilitation of a historic landmark. So in conclusion, and based on those facts, staff recommends that the board approve the use review based on the use review criteria and based on the conditions of approval that were presented on page 10 of the staff memo. And as always, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Sloan, for that good presentation. If you can pull your screen down so we can see everyone, that would be great.
Sure thing.
Thanks. Okay, so before we go to the applicant's presentation, just so the members of the public with their hands up understand the order of operations, Planning Board is going to take an opportunity to ask any questions we need to ask that are specific to the staff determination. We're going to ask staff questions, and then the applicant may make a presentation, which you've heard they have 15 minutes. And after the applicant presentation, we'll again have an opportunity to question the applicant from the board. And after all the board questions are completed, then we'll go to public comment. So are there any planning board members who would like to ask a question of staff? And I saw Sarah's hand first, then David's, and then John's. So we'll start with Sarah, then David, then John, then Peter.
Okay, so first, just a comment. I don't know about everybody else on the board, but I'm having like flashbacks here. I'm not seeing any other board members, and all I'm seeing are hands up from the public. So I don't know whether staff can figure out a way to
Go to screen 2. That just happened to me. And you go to screen 2. It's not as we normally have it. We're normally all on screen 1, but
okay, go to screen 2. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I had a question, Sloan. First of all, thank you for the presentation. The number of residents, the rental license, which was associated with the building when it was Marpa House, that transfers to the new owner. Is that what you're telling us?
Sort of. So the 50 occupants was established with the fraternity use, and then the Marpa House took over that occupancy. And the land use code gives us a means to sort of convert that occupancy to dwelling units. So one thing I forgot to mention is this is not an uncommon proposal on the Hill. We have seen other non-conforming use reviews like this, whereby you are allowed to sort of take the allowable occupancy and convert that to dwelling units to show that you're not increasing the density. Does that make sense?
So you're if I'm understanding correctly, it's changing the metric, but it's through a process that has been approved by the city. So instead of it being the number of residents, it's the number of dwelling units.
Yes, that's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think David was next.
Yeah, this would be a good follow-up to what Sarah's question was, and that is, so I understand that for boarding house, the conversion factor is 3 occupants convert to 1 dwelling unit. So that to me made me kind of question, I know that we still consider the expansion of use to be adding dwelling units. So somehow, even though there's that conversion factor, we still call it adding dwelling units from that perspective. Yet from inclusionary housing perspective, we don't for paying inclusionary housing fees. So I just wondered what the distinction was for those 2 purposes. Does that make sense?
I think so. So it's sort of referred to in different sections of the code. So in terms of adding dwelling units and how it's defined in expansion of a non-conforming use, that's essentially the test sorry about that, the test whether you need to do a non-conforming use review. And then when you're kicked into that process, the conversion is what allows us to determine whether you're increasing the degree of nonconformity. And my understanding is that they are subject to IH in this case, that they will need to pay, they're intending to pay cash in lieu for the additional dwelling units.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that in the package. So I think that's good for us all to hear, that there is going to be inclusionary housing cash in lieu associated with this. Thank you.
Okay, so John Gerstle.
Yeah, in the proposed good neighbor agreement, there's some description of the process for what happens when there may be some disagreement with neighbors, including the community mediation service or something like that. And I wondered if you could describe how that is and what the city's experience with that is.
I can't say I'm an expert, but I do know that that service has been used generally with uses like restaurants, and it's a service the city provides. And I'm not sure exactly what the,
Maybe,
when we've used it before. I don't know if Hella or Charles know.
okay, maybe Hella
Yeah,
had some experience.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's used quite a bit with code enforcement actions. I think the courts also use it in helping to facilitate restorative justice. From what I understand, it's been really successful in helping to negotiate eviction proceedings and other, kind of landlord-tenant issues. So it's a really well-established program and it's been really successful. Hella, I don't know if you have any perspective from the courts.
Yeah, when I used to be a prosecutor, we would refer neighbor issues. That would often be our first stop, if that hadn't already occurred before the case came to the courts. We would refer them to mediation to trying to find an amicable solution. And yeah, the service has existed for many years.
So is there city staff doing this, or who actually does this work?
Yeah, it's city staff that does this. I haven't been involved with it for a while. It used to be Clay Fong who ran the program, and he has been with the city for a long time, if he is still in charge of it. But I think there are actually several employees involved with it.
Thank you.
I think Peter was next.
Hi, thank you, Sloan, for the presentation. My question generally touches on the various things that the proposal says it will do that seem to be called out in the staff memo as items supporting the application, but it seemed like any application would trigger these same things, which to me washes them out and zeroes them out in my mind, such as wouldn't any application trigger a rehabilitation of the historic building? Or is there a scenario where that is just one example of 10 wouldn't be triggered?
My understanding is that if they wanted to continue to utilize the building similar to the Marpa House, they wouldn't be required to do any landscape improvements. They wouldn't be required to upgrade the parking. They wouldn't be required to rehabilitate the landmark structure. I don't know if you had other examples, but those are the major ones that come to my mind.
No, I appreciate that. I'm sure we'll come to others later. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other planning board members besides Sarah with a question? Lisa?
Yeah, I was hoping that we might hear from staff just on any more recent kind of similar properties on the Hill that have gone through a similar process. I think you had mentioned some that it has happened, and I was just curious if you had some examples.
Oh yeah, I apologize. I meant to look up actual addresses before the hearing, but didn't have a chance. The ones that come to my mind, I believe, are off of Grandview and University, so a little bit of a different context. But I would say over the past 30 years, there has been a sort of steady stream of these group dwellings being converted to apartments.
Yeah, and as we've seen the boarding house model kind of fall out of favor with the student population, within the last 10 years, most of the boarding houses on the Hill have converted at this point. So we haven't done a conversion in quite some time, but there was a time about 10 years ago where we were doing a handful of them a year.
So would the typical conversion be, just a big house that might have had a tradition of having 9 students live in it, and you'd use a conversion factor to allow for 3 apartment units within the house?
We've had that model, Harmon, but we've also had kind of traditionally purpose-built SROs. So single, resident occupancy with shared facilities that have been converted over the years as well.
Okay. Okay, then Sarah?
Just a question about occupancy. So once you move from the number of residents to dwelling units, the occupancy can actually, if I'm understanding correctly, occupancy can change. So is the number permanently set at no more than 48? Or could that number change?
It's based on the underlying zoning per dwelling unit, which allows 3 unrelated persons. So that's where that 48 persons come from, but we could cap it at that, but right now we're just referring to the underlying zoning.
Okay, so if that underlying zoning changed for any reason, that number could go up.
That's right.
Meaning if the regulations around occupancy change, that number could go up.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on Sarah's question, I was wondering, given that there's 3 bedrooms per apartment and one could imagine more than one person living in a bedroom, even related people, such that they remain under the 3 unrelated people per unit, one could easily imagine the number of people living there going beyond 48 very quickly. Do I understand that correctly?
I mean, hypothetically, yes. If there was say families lived here and they had more than 3 persons, then yes, it could go above that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding the staff presentation? Or should we, Sarah, you look like
I'm sorry, I have one more question that has to do with parking. So I've had a little bit of, I've been struggling with some of the statistics that were offered by the applicant in terms of 50% increase in parking, which is actually just 3 additional spots. But there are, it's presented as it increases the number of spots and decreases the nonconformity, except that we're going from 35 residents to 48 residents. So I'm not all that great at math, but it doesn't seem like that necessarily moves us even slightly in the direction of conformity. I'm curious, Sloan, if you have some feedback on that.
Yeah, I know we've had some public comment about the use actually having 35 occupants. Generally, we rely on city records on uses like this. And like I said, we sort of anticipate that there'll be some fluctuation, but we have a defined maximum. So in doing our analysis, generally, we would look at what's allowed versus what is being proposed. So I'm assuming that's probably where they're getting those numbers. I'm not exactly sure where you're referring to, but that could be a good question for the.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant. Thank you. Thanks.
Pizza has a question for staff.
Yes, I'd just like to know if we have any records or statistics regarding that conversion and going potentially right now the 3 unrelated people allowed per unit, maybe changing in the future. Have we seen this happen elsewhere where we have families, for example, where those numbers have happened? I just want to have an idea. Is this something that is likely to happen or not really? Do we have any data about that at all?
I'm not aware of any data. I will say, I think generally the ones we've seen are intended for student occupancy, but would never preclude a family from living there.
Okay. If there are no other, Don?
Yeah, just a question following up on the conversion from boarding house format to individual apartments. Does the city have any sort of preference with respect to which arrangement it regards as more desirable?
Charles, you want to answer that?
No, not especially. Again, I think it's really more of a function of the market. I don't think that there's a preference from a policy perspective.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no more planning board questions for staff, I'll turn it back over to Sloan to manage the applicant presentation.
Okay, Jean, will you go ahead and unmute the applicants and I'll bring up the presentation, please.
The applicants, yeah.
Yeah, looks like Joe, you can unmute yourself. Does anyone else need to be made a co-host?
Cassie, you can start that. Cassie Slade as well.
Cassie's done. I've got Cassie as a co-host. That's great. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm having some issues. Hang on.
I'll keep the timer on this for the 15 minutes. I'll put my camera on and give you about a 2-minute warning when we get to that point.
Okay. As long as everyone
right.
can see this, you can go ahead.
All right, everybody can hear me. Thank you. I appreciate you all giving us an audience today, and Harmon, to break off on what you said earlier. I applaud all of you for your volunteerism on this board, and sometimes it is a thankless process. We recognize that and very much appreciate your time tonight. This is my Smokey and the Bandit moment of the night. I've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. So I'm hoping Sloan's got her Red Bull behind her and ready to click through pretty quickly. So Sloan, if you could click to the next, please. We have the full team here today, as was mentioned earlier. So if at any point later anybody would like to ask questions or clarifying questions of any of the team, I would encourage you to do so. Slide, please. So this is a project that's owned and managed by John Kirkland, who's been a resident of Boulder for the last 20 years, lives in North Boulder with his daughter. He's an experienced owner-operator here on the Hill. Slide, please. So this is John's 5th project up on the Hill. The question was asked earlier if there were similar conversions that have been undertaken. Several of these have been. I'll speak to that in a little more detail shortly. But these are all fraternity houses that were reconfigured into nicely restored homes with individual apartment structures. You could see the slide on the right before. Purple dots are the existing ones. The green is the new site. They have a commonality in that they're all very close to the university and to the University Hill. Slide, please. The properties also have a commonality in that they were originally, at the time of purchase, dilapidated and problem structures. Next slide, please. They have all, over the course of ownership, been restored to historically accurate materials without doing so under any requirement from the landmarks team or from the city. It was done proactively by the development team because we think it's the right thing to do, and we think these buildings are a treasure in the community. In so doing, we've invested more than $13 million on these projects, and we've turned dilapidated, high-impact properties into some of the best for-rent properties on the Hill. Next slide, please. Through our ownership experience, we've also learned a lot. And every time we do a new one, we take those learnings and apply it and apply best practices to create the best product. So all of our buildings in each of the unit plans on 891 that we're proposing are designed to absolutely mitigate every way and which way possible any adverse impact or any attractive nuisance of the property. For example, we are moving to take away 7 large common areas. We remove party areas and both inside and outside. all of our properties are owner managed, and there was a question that came up earlier amongst the board about the number of people that can actually be in a unit. I just want to clarify, and we could circle back on this after, but we do have a very strict lease that prohibits any more than 3 people per unit or 1 per bedroom. And we do monthly walkthroughs and inspections of every single unit to make sure that the lease policies are being adhered to. Next slide, please. The impact of these best practices is very noticeable. We run police and emergency service impacts across all of our properties on an apples to apples basis. We're at least 50% lower than similar properties that have not been restored to this level. Next slide, please. In short, the approach that we've done in the past and what we're proposing tonight is a win-win for all of the stakeholders. Next slide, please. So this is our starting point for 891. There's, I think, a fair amount of romanticism in the community of how this building has been in service. We just wanted to share with you what the condition of the property was when we took possession of it in 19. Next slide, please. Essentially, the building has suffered 40 years of deferred maintenance. Previous ownership, back almost to the very beginning, have undertaken numerous improvements and renovations that were all homegrown and done in-house. And the project and the site reflect that today. The entire mechanical system of the building is highly inefficient, and a little bit of duct tape and baling wire would be probably the polite way to put it. And in short, it's seen a century of very hard use, both as a fraternity and as a high density, high occupancy group home. Next slide, please. I want to spend a moment on this slide. I'm not going to reiterate the historic timeline that Sloan shared thoroughly, but I do want to share on the top right, you'll note that this is the previous inspection that was done by the city of the house in 1965 that in fact shows at the time the rental license for the property was 75, not the 50 at which it's been operating lately. So just in terms of historic high water mark, that's the point. We also conferred with SAE's national operation and spoke with several residents who lived there at the time, and we were told it was significantly higher. Also, I want to just note the historic use of this property has been consistent for 100 years, and that it's been a housing development with students. And it's been students through fraternities. It's also been students of Naropa University, which Shambhala owned, and students who were adherents and students of the principles of Shambhala's teaching. And that's reinforced in a letter that Shambhala actually sent to the Landmarks Board supporting our work on the landmarks end. Next slide, please. So we did undertake a landmarking process on this building. The way in which we came to that was not ideal. The initiation was made without any communication between the owner and the buyer and the seller while the property was under contract. But we worked very closely with the city and came out with a fantastic outcome and a project that I think everybody should be excited about. Next slide, please. Through that process, we've been very engaged with the community over the course of 18 months through the landmarks process and through our application process. We've hosted numerous meetings, calls, tours, calls with attorneys, neighbor groups. Basically, anybody who's reached out to us, we've been there for them, and we've been listening carefully. Next slide, please. Everything we've heard and all of our work and study, and particularly around the landmark end, really reinforces that this is, in fact, the right project at the right time in the right location. We are decreasing the intensity of use. We are decreasing the rental license count. We're bringing a non-conforming historic use that's grandfathered that was here indeed before we had zoning in Boulder, and we're bringing it much closer to conformance. When we're done with this project, it will be the city's largest private landmark restoration, And we're very excited to be doing that in very close partnership with the landmarks team at the city. We've got a heck of a group there. We have very high caliber in-house maintenance staff that's available full-time. And, you know, as has been stated before, and I don't think we can state enough, the improvements that we're proposing takes a highly problematic party magnet, a structure that was designed to be a party house, and brings it into a much more conventional multifamily or apartment configuration that will mitigate impacts on the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Sloan touched on context. I don't need to spend a lot of time here, but you will note that we are very close to the campus, close to the commercial district, and we are in fact directly south of the former university president's house that's there on the corner. Next slide, please. From a context standpoint, we also want to just, you know, reinforce that you can see our property that's highlighted with the yellow arrow. All of the shaded boxes in this images are existing rental licenses from the city's rental license inventory. Blue shaded structures with red are short-term rentals, and others are more conventional rental licenses. Next slide, please. As we zoom in, you can see that in fact the property is consistent with and compatible with its surrounding uses. It's very close to the university, and it's in a neighborhood that has a lot of rentals, and we are in fact also on the same block with 3 short-term rentals. Next slide, please. Sloan mentioned the site plan and a lot of the improvements we're making here. I will breeze over this pretty quickly, and encourage you to ask any clarifying questions when we're off the clock. But I just want to note on the bottom right, you can see that there's a shaded area there. There are some really spectacular historic columns that were there because that used to be the primary entrance to the property. And in response to, you know, neighborhood input, we're working to move the pedestrian part of the primary pedestrian entrance into the facility down to that corner and bring those old columns back into prominence. Next slide, please. This project is also a major environmental win. There's nothing more environmentally responsible than adaptively reusing an existing structure. It brings critical housing consistent with the city's comp plan, close to where people need housing and where there's a complete housing imbalance today. In so doing, and Cassie from Fox Tuttle can speak to this, we're having a dramatic reduction in vehicle dependence. We are also introducing a very significant indoor bike parking facility that we think will be one of the very best in the city anywhere. We're also restoring all of the historic aspects of this property back to their original aesthetic character and a lot of their original wooden materials. And we're upgrading all of the mechanical systems in the property. So at the end, we're going to have a showcase landmark that's 100 years old that meets or exceeds the city's smart reg standards. Next slide, please. We feel very strongly this creates a win for the neighborhood. More than happy to circle back on any of these aspects and clarifying questions. Next slide, please. Lastly is the good neighborhood statement, or good neighbor statement of operations that Sloan mentioned. When we were working to incorporate feedback from the community and Sloan's input through the application process that's gone on for months, we asked for examples from the city of their best past statement of operations, and we built from there. This is a very robust program where we have very high standards for the people who are going to rent from us at this property, and we think that this will set a new standard for housing on the Hill. We're also committed to making sure that we educate our tenants about their role as tenants in the community and their obligations as good responsible members of the community to be good neighbors themselves. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn it over briefly to Eric Smith from our architecture team.
Good evening. I'm Eric Smith from ESA Architects. We've been practicing here in Boulder for 48 years now. We've been in 3 historic buildings over our business operations, one of them which has been landmarked at Mapleton and 17th Street. So we have a lot of experience with the landmark structures. We're very proud to be working with John and his team on this particular project. I've been working with John for about 10 years now and have been involved in his other restoration projects in the Hill. We've worked very hard to try to bring this structure back to its original character. The slide here shows what this will look like in terms of its proposed improvements. Next slide, please. These are some historic slides. The one on the top left was taken, we think, in about 1973 because ZBT was in the house at that time. The one on the lower left was probably 1990s era. The one on the top right was probably shortly after the building was built in 1924. And the one on the lower right is 1930s. And those were obviously before the addition was built on the front, which you can see on the upper left in the 1970s slide. Next.
You've got about a minute remaining.
Okay. This slide shows the existing conditions of the building. There's a lot of deterioration of the stucco, some of the masonry. There are a number of missing tiles on the tile roof. What we're proposing to do is go back in, replace all of the windows that were not historic. There's a mix of vinyl, metal, wood. So we're really doing a restoration on this project from the tile roof down to the foundation, but essentially keeping the architectural character as it was in the original construction. Next. These are just comparison elevations. We're sort of running out of time on these, but you can see top and bottom the existing building versus what we're proposing. Essentially what we're doing is removing some of the things that were added that were non-historic. The exterior steel fire stairs, the big domes for the kitchen ventilators, those things are all being removed, and this is being brought back to its original historic character. Next. I think those are my only comments. I'll try to answer any questions. I know we're at our 15-minute limit at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So this is planning board's opportunity to ask some questions of the applicant. I'll take hands. So John Gerstle and then Sarah.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. So with these apartments that are being proposed in this project, is it possible that at some point you could decide to turn them all into condominiums and sell them individually under the design that you're proposing?
Are we unmuted? Yep. Yeah, great. Thanks for the question, John. That's not the intent of this project in any way, shape, or form. This is being designed as a high quality for rent product.
I understand that, but
I would also add that to convert this to condominium has to go back through a city review process. In other words, this approval does not include a preliminary plat that would allow the condominiumization of this. So any future change in use from what is included in this application would require it to go back through the planning process.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah. Oh, hold on a second, Sarah. Hella, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that that's handled in different jurisdictions differently. In Boulder, to condominiumize a property, you don't actually have to go through a planning process unless there is something that changes. I imagine here the operational characteristics would change, so it would require a change of the use review, but otherwise there's no condominiumization process.
Thank you.
Yeah, no condominiumization process in the Boulder revised code, but there is pretty much condominiumization process under state law. Sarah.
Easy for you to say, Harmon. That's a tough word.
It
really is. It is. I would like, I'd just like to put a question. I think it was Joe who talked, maybe it was Joe who was talking about that in the good neighbor agreement, there's some education for tenants about what it means to be good neighbors. But that does not have any, what's the consequence if they turn out not to be good neighbors?
Thanks for the question, Sarah. We really appreciate it. And I think you hit at the crux of our efforts on, on listening to community concerns and really being good neighbors. And it's fundamental to the operation that we have for all of our properties. In terms of the teeth in the agreement, we have a very significant and escalating fee structure or fine structure for students, and will result in termination of a lease if there's a recurring problem. What we've found, and one of the things that has motivated our work in that agreement, we've heard loud and clear from the community that where there are students on the Hill, there's a sense that the students come into the community on a very transient basis. They stay isolated, don't get involved with their neighbors, and as a result end up operating as if the place is their own and sometimes irresponsibly. We work hard to create a sense of community in our units and in our buildings so that people get to know each other. But as part of the input we've learned from the community, what we plan to do is actually step that up a notch and have an education program where we encourage students to get involved with community members. And we're looking at facilitating that type of communication more broadly, and really want to be a leader on the Hill in helping improve the dynamic between students and neighbors. We've heard loud and clear that there's and understand, being up there as landlords ourselves, that there is a problem, and I can tell you it's not lost on us.
Can I just follow up on that? I guess my follow-up is, will the residents, the 48 residents each have their own lease with you, or is the lease by apartment?
Each and every resident has their own lease. They're all held to it. As I mentioned ever so briefly in the presentation, we also have an on-Hill maintenance and leasing office where we have full-time leasing and management professionals. So we do conduct monthly walkthroughs of every unit, and we're available 24/7 if there's an issue with neighbors to get in touch with us. Every one of our buildings has our management telephone number on the very front, and we're very responsive when we hear there are issues. In fact, going through the landmarks process, we found, for example, we got a concern from a neighbor that some of the girls who lived in one of our buildings had used chalk to, write their names in the front of a building, and we were over there the same day we heard about it and cleaned that up. And that's the standard of operation we have. We take very seriously the investment we've made in bringing these buildings back, and the last thing we want is to tolerate behavior that's going to decrease the value of our investment or the quality of living that the residents get.
Can I just follow up one more with, so it sounds like you're settled on this being housing for students, and there will be families.
Can you try dialing in? We can't hear you.
Joe, did you hear my question?
Can you
hear us?
Yeah, we can
We
hear
can't
you.
hear you.
You can't? I am not in charge of the technology.
We can't hear you. Sorry.
It's okay.
Can you hear me, or just not Sarah?
Give me the number I'll dial in again.
Who's speaking right now on behalf of the applicant? Is it the developer, owner, or the architect?
1346.
They can't hear us.
346.
Can anyone else answer? I've been confused about who the first speaker was and who's speaking currently. Is it Joe? And is he with ESA?
Peter, I don't think he can hear you.
Or can anyone who can hear me answer who was just speaking? Is it the applicant or the architects or the applicant architect?
I think it's it was the architect. It was Joe.
Joe was speaking in the first person about the investment that he makes into these buildings. I'm just
It was
unclear.
Rob.
It was Rob.
I'm sorry.
Rob Odell.
Rob Odell or O'Day?
O'Day. Sorry, my bad. Yes.
So he's listed as a consultant on the packet, and he is one of the owners.
Yes, he was the one who was speaking.
First, okay, and then the ESA was second. And okay, the assignment on my Zoom screen is odd.
Yeah, a lot of the ESA team is in the same office, and so they're on one naming call.
It looks like there's a phone trying to enter the waiting, that's entered the waiting room. Maybe they're calling in on a landline.
Cindy or Jean, could you unmute?
Unmuted.
We need to admit the 303 number from the waiting room.
I don't see anybody in the waiting room.
I admitted them. I just can't unmute them.
Gina's going to have to do that.
Number that ends in 5458, as I'm assuming, hopefully the right one.
That's what I see.
So that should, the number that ends in 5458 should be able to unmute. You can unmute using *6.
There, now we can see them. Excellent.
All right, can you hear us?
Yep, sounds good.
I have an idea. Let's have a pandemic in the middle of a planning process. Jeez. Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, Sarah, do you want to ask your follow-up question?
Yeah, this is my follow-up question. It'll be my last one. So since you have individual leases for each tenant, it sounds like you have settled on this being housing for students and no longer imagining it might be faculty or families. Is that accurate?
No, I want to be absolutely clear about that. This housing that we're designing is going to be of the highest quality, very high standards of design and quality finishes, materials, appliances, that sort of thing. If somebody wanted to come in and rent a unit themselves, they're absolutely welcome to. We would encourage it. And we believe that the type of housing that we're developing will be very attractive to graduate students, to faculty, perhaps to young faculty or graduate students who have families. We will discriminate in no way, shape, or form, and we welcome anybody who wants to live here. In the event that there are people who come in who are not related, we have a strict and immutable process that we have a single lease for each tenant, and we enforce that very strictly. And also to the question that had come up before about excess people being allowed to remain in the dwelling, we're not tolerant of that. And our on-site inspections, we enforce that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just to follow up on Sarah and give a hypothetical, if you had 3 unrelateds, but were in a relationship and wanted to share a bedroom, there would just be an empty bedroom in the unit. There's no way you would allow a 4th tenant just because 2 were occupying a bedroom. But if that couple were married, then you could occupy both of the other bedrooms and have 4 people in a unit.
No, these are 3 per unit, and I've never been the great one with word problems. So if the 3 people got on a train leaving Boulder at a certain time, I'm not sure when they'd get there, but our plan is 3 people per unit. If they're unrelated, they'll have separate leases.
Okay, but can you discriminate on the basis of family size? If a family came in and had 5 people and wanted to rent a unit, could you deny them?
Yes, we would not deny them. Right. That would be compatible with the city's zoning.
Not sure I get the answer. What are you saying?
I think what we're saying, that if somebody comes in with a family of 5, the rental restrictions we have on the property are 3 per unit.
Right.
So if they've got 3 kids and a couple, they're not going to be able to rent 1 unit because we're going to be over the 3-person occupancy.
The city code says different.
Okay. Sloan, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, this was something that Sarah kind of brought up earlier, is we're relying on the underlying zoning. And in this district, if you are a family of 5, you could occupy a dwelling unit. And I believe there are certain allowances for roomers as well, as you pointed out, Harmon.
Okay. Okay, I saw Lisa maybe looking to speak. No? Lupita then.
Yeah, I think this is, we're getting closer to the issue because there is different sets of rules should they go fully for students versus families. So it would be nice to get clarification, what would be the case, not that, I don't know of many families who want to live necessarily with undergraduates, and that's no judgment at all, but I don't know, that's what I was asking earlier, is this something common that happens? But maybe it'd be good to know if in fact they will have their own restrictions, because if the city allows it, but they already have made the owners now made a rule that they will not have families with more than 3 members, so that they stick with the 3 per unit, per apartment limit. That will be one thing that will need to go into sort of conditions, because I think there's a difference between what they're proposing and what could be allowable.
Right, and I just want to be clear too. We're talking a bit about hypotheticals that aren't necessarily relevant here, given the dynamic of the rental market in the Hill community. The fact is there's such a housing imbalance in that part of the community that the leases for these units and for all of our buildings up there are typically leased out a year in advance. And that dynamic is compatible with a student or a faculty member or someone associated with the cycle of the university's calendar. It is not typically compatible with a family that's looking for, for housing, at a point in the future. Most people don't have the luxury or the foresight to know, where they're going to want to move to in a year from now. So I just want to be real clear about that. And as it relates to, the project generally, our intent is, and we're not playing games or trying to find loopholes, our intent is to have 48 people in the property.
Okay, Lisa.
So I think the question that we're trying to get at here, and those are all excellent points, given the location, given the cost and the level of finish and the lease cycle that we can probably reasonably well predict, pending other interesting events like pandemics, who is likely to rent out those units. However, from a fair housing perspective, and restrictions that can be placed on there, and please correct me, staff, or others if I'm missing it, but I don't believe that there's any way to preclude, unless it were something like a fraternity or sorority where only members can live there, or otherwise designated strictly as student housing. I don't see how in a fair market way you could exclude families, and if families, and so I'm not saying that's likely, but I think that's kind of the question that people are circling around is, if these are units that are just listed, there isn't really a legal mechanism, as I understand it, to restrict it to 48 people. So yeah, if someone understands that differently or has insight, I'd like to clarify that.
Yeah, no, Lisa, I think that's a good point. And I would agree with that. And that was, I take exception to you characterizing it as circling around, because I thought I came directly to it. Ella?
Yeah, I was going to concur with Lisa. There are protections under the Fair Housing Act that prohibit against discriminating against family status, and that protects families that have underage kids living with them.
So in other words, to Lupita's suggestion around conditioning the project to a maximum occupancy irrespective of family size, we can't do that. Now, if the applicant wants to risk that legally, they can do that, but it might not withstand a challenge. So anyone?
One other follow-up on that. However, I'm not recommending this or saying that it's something that would make sense either in terms of restricting occupancy or who is allowed to occupy units, or for that matter in terms of your bottom line. But correct me, I do not believe students are a protected class. So if somebody said they wanted to only rent to graduate students. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that is a protected class. That is undergrads.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant?
I just, if I may, there's one question that came up earlier, and I'd like to just address it. I believe John had raised the question around.
In a sec. Oh, you're addressing a question John asked, Kirstel?
Yes,
Okay.
on inclusionary housing.
Mm-hmm.
So we are enrolled in the inclusionary housing program, and we will be making a payment of $581,000
Okay.
for the project.
Great. Let me just ask a question of Sloan as a follow-up to that. Sloan, there are only 3 conditions of approval in this application, and we don't have a development agreement to look at in the packet. So where would we see that the applicant is being required to pay the $581,000 that they're claiming they're paying, and how do we make sure that that's actually recorded in the approval should we vote to approve?
Charles, do you want to answer that, or hello?
Sure, and it's
All
just a requirement of the development code, Harmon. So there's not a specific condition of approval because they would be required to remit that payment at the time they pull a building permit.
My understanding as well is that they have the choice of providing on-site up until when they pull the building permit. So that's another reason we don't condition
Great.
affordable housing requirements.
Great. Thank you very much for that explanation, both of you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, if I don't see any planning board member raise a hand, then we're gonna, I think we're gonna take a break actually before we go to public comment because it's close to 8 o'clock. Peter, do you have something?
Quick question, the reduction of the patio space and the outdoor space becomes what? Rentable square footage in the units?
No, there's a large patio space that was not historic that was added, we believe, sometime in the 70s. That's on the east side of the building presently. We, through the landmarks process, reviewed all the historic drawings and images, and it doesn't date back to the original design of the structure. So our intent is to remove that and richly plant it. The other aspect that weighs into our modification of that hardscape, one, we want to make sure we have as much pervious surface as possible for environmental reasons or water cleaning reasons. But the area that the patio is now is serviced by a non-historic door that was also added into the structure. And we're proposing to remove that. And that's part of our alteration certificate with landmarks that will get rid of the non-original door and go back to the kind of the high detail glazing scheme in that section of the building.
Thank you.
We've had a couple questions about who is addressing. So I'm sorry, the folks that are on the applicants, could you just identify yourself for the folks that are listening?
Sure, I'm sorry. That was Rob O'Day. We're the applicant, and we're on phone ending in 5458.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions from the board, I gotta say I see I've got a 5x5 grid on mine. Screen 1 is full of hands up, and then 4 more on top of screen 2. So that's 29 people who want to make public comments. So we'll try to keep this break short. It's going on 7:51. So let's get back at 7:56. We'll take 5 minutes as our break, and then we'll begin public comment.
Harmon, before we stop, just so that folks know, I think I've got a few names as well and from the chat, so we'll have over 30. It might be helpful for folks if we clarify if they're going to have 3 minutes or 2 minutes so that they have time to prepare.
Yeah, well, I think that if we're still at 35-ish, we can remain at our normal 3 minutes.
Okay, that sounds good. We can count when we come back.
Okay, thanks.
Jean, do you need anything from me? I mean, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, but do you need anything right now?
I think I'm fine. I'm going to step away just for a minute and then I'll be back. And then were you able to hear my timer from the phone, the public hearing?
I didn't.
Okay.
I couldn't hear it either, Jean. I was wondering about that.
Okay. I'm gonna have
Gina, I
to,
heard it, but maybe you could put it closer to your mic and just make it louder.
yeah, I'll try on that. Okay. Thanks, Harmon.
Look at us, Team Flatirons. Love it, David and Lisa.
Oh, yeah. So many different Flatirons moods to choose from.
Multi Flatiron.
Is anyone else finding this really kind of upsetting?
Different. I mean, normally we're all like lined up in the first page.
Exactly. Yeah, things keep blinking in and out. It's very.
I wonder if there's a setting on whether the hands up people go up top or not, because I can't remember this happening before.
We'll assume that it was the glitch in the beginning that we got.
Got to be something with, the people who are raising hands are coming first, and I'm not sure how to.
Yeah, it's typically we're in the webinar version, which is different.
We're in a different version. It was a last minute change.
Because you can also see it in the participants box, and there you can always see the hands up first as well, but oh well. And that shows you the ordering they came up as well.
We're usually broken out. Like
I keep, I'm blinking in and out. Can you hear me? Because my photo doesn't show up here anywhere. Is that?
We can hear you.
John,
Okay.
Scroll page.
See you too. I think you're just moving around.
We're shifting from page 1 and 2, and then if you're speaking, it may put you to page 1.
Okay, well, as long as you hear my golden words, that's all I'm worried about.
Your mellifluous tones. All right, well, I'm gonna call us back to order right now, or end the break, whatever. And I'm gonna turn it over to Jean. Jean, if you can manage the process, how many speakers do you think we have at this point?
We have over 30.
Okay, how much over 30?
All right, that looked like 15. I'm seeing a few more in the chat.
I see 34 have raised their hand here. I get a little.
If we do a cat's version of planning board, John will have to be Mr. Mellifluous.
And I have about 5. I have about 5 at least that responded in the chat.
Okay, so we're at 39. I think let's just keep it at 3 minutes, and you can go ahead and start the public comment.
Okay, I do have one comment that might be helpful. It may not be helpful for the board members, but if other folks can change their Zoom view by clicking on the speaker view, that's what I've done too. So it doesn't jump around, but I just see the person that is speaking.
Okay.
Okay, all right, let's start. We've got Robin Yoder, followed by Kara Lagerbird-Schreiber, followed by Diana Gonzalez-Burden. So Robin, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. I just wanted to say I'm living in Boulder, and I just think it's a great thing for them to be able to rehabilitate this historic building into its original and form and add it to be a showcase to the neighborhood and a place for students to be able to house there, especially since it's in disrepair and there's no obligation for, anybody to really beautify it. And so I think it's a wonderful opportunity to have it be a historic landmark, for the city. And
Robin, did I mute you? Oh my gosh, I was trying to admit someone, and I think I muted you.
okay, sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, we can now. Sorry about that.
Okay. Were you, I'm not sure where I left off. Were you able to hear any of that?
Yes, that it's great that it's going to be renovated and become a neighborhood asset.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's going to be a great project for the area. And I just I hope that the board will consider that and have it pass. And I think it's going to be a great addition to the community. So. Yeah. Am I on? I can't even tell if I'm on or not. Can you guys hear me?
You've got a little minute left if you'd like. But if you'd like, that's fine too.
Yeah, no, I just wanted, that's all I wanted to say. I just think it's great that we can get a private investor in there to make it such a wonderful place. And I think it's really going to make it be an awesome addition to the neighborhood and take away some of the possibility for noise and disruption that could happen if it's not done. So yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Robin. Next up is Kara Lagerbird-Schreiber, followed by Diana Gonzalez-Burden, and followed by Sue Ellen Harrison.
I was trying to find my thing with.
You can go ahead.
Hey, I'm Kara. I'm also from Boulder, and I think this proposal should be approved. I really enjoyed the applicant's presentation. I think they are correct when they're saying it's a win-win for the city. I drove by the house today, and I just saw like how much, and I drive by it occasionally, and just today I really looked and saw how in disrepair it is and how much it needs to be fixed up. The exterior is really beautiful, the style, but it just needs so much work, and it can be beautiful again. And I really think these smaller apartments would attract more like graduate students and studious students and professionals, and not these giant fraternity houses. Like, I just really hope this goes through so we can have another beautiful property like the other ones this company has already restored. That's all I have.
Thank you, Cara. Okay, next up, Diana Gonzalez-Burden, and you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Yeah, so I'm Diana Gonzalez-Burden, and I own a house and live directly across from the Marpa House on 12th Street. So I'd like to talk about the document that my husband and I prepared that summarized the neighborhood comments through October 2020 regarding the applicant's proposal. So we submitted this to the board by email on Friday, January 15th at 11:49 a.m. So I ask that you pull that document up if possible. The staff memo did not describe or summarize the tremendous neighborhood opposition to this proposal and the fact that we provided and the direct experience of the neighbors. So my husband and I spent the better part of a day going through the 300 pages of public comments provided to the staff. We did the table we submitted last Friday. I hope that it helps the board understand the basis for and the extent of the neighborhood opposition. So in one column, we put the points and arguments made in the comments. In the other column, we put the name of the submitter and the page numbers from the staff memo where you can find those comments. So for example, the first row shows all the neighbors who oppose the proposal generally and or strongly, and that's almost everyone who commented. Relevant to the compatibility and character of the area criteria under the code, around 40 neighbors commented in various ways that an apartment building with 16 three-bedroom apartments for university students does not belong in and would change the essential quality of this neighborhood of predominantly single-family homes. There were extreme concerns about parking, traffic, noise, late night comings and goings, and enforcement, especially as compared to when the Marpa House residents were there, were the subject of a vast majority of the neighborhood comments. Similarly, we tried to lessen the burden on the board by preparing a brief set of new and consolidated neighborhood comments with some of the main points and arguments. And in total, over a relatively short time, we didn't have much time to put this together, but 83 households representing at least 127 individuals signed on in support of the comments and in opposition to this proposal. And even after the sort of the deadline that we gave, we continued to get more opposing this proposal. So I invite you to review these documents if you haven't already, so that you see all the facts and information put forth by the neighbors, the people that are living in this neighborhood. I think they very succinctly make clear the neighborhood stands in opposition to this proposal. I'd also like to briefly address the applicant's so-called good neighbor statement of operations. Among other problems, it wrongly leaves enforcement to the neighbors. Often it would be impossible to identify the offending apartment. It's nothing about stopping late night comings and goings. In the spring,
please.
What's that?
You can wrap up, please. Your 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say, last spring, when there were just a handful of students living in Marpa, I had to two times go across the street and ask them to turn down their music because I couldn't work in peace in my own house in the middle of the afternoon. So this type of thing never happened with the Marpa residents, but is what we could expect if you approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Okay, next up we have Sue Ellen Harrison, followed by Brad O'Neill, followed by Ray Bamba. Sue Ellen, you may go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
You can go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't get the unmute to work. My name is Sue Ellen Harrison, and I live at 840 12th Street. I'm a retired Boulder Assistant City Attorney, where I worked for over 20 years. This project will drastically change the character of our neighborhood. It's not compatible, and the negative impacts will create problems that will reduce the light enjoyment of our properties. I'm across the street and one house up, and I've lived here for 43 years, and I have long-term insights on what has happened for the last 43 years. For starters, Aurora is a dividing point. North and south of Aurora, you have very different neighborhoods, like our neighborhood, which is really single family. As far as parking goes, we had no negative parking impacts for 43 years, for the last 43 years. In fact, I never saw any more than about 5 cars parked on the street. We have 43 parking spaces in the 800 block, not the 50 that's indicated in the Fox Tuttle. When you subtract the owner use, there's really only about 28 available spaces, and we're talking about 48 people. Next door, 3 CU students, 3 cars. We can expect something close to 48 cars, which is create an enormous parking problem, and we won't even be able to park in front of our own houses. The character of the neighborhood is also really important. This is not a rental neighborhood. This is not a rental block, despite what you were shown by the applicant. We have 14 houses on our block, and there's only 1 short-term rental. That's it. The other houses are rentals that are now owner-occupied or long-term rentals. That's only 3 of them who have been part of our block for a very long time. Finally, I want to draw to your attention that yesterday, unfortunately, at a late hour, I submitted some information concerning the police calls to this property. You can find that at 3:51 p.m. yesterday under my name. This is important. This is data from the police, originally submitted by the applicant in the landmarks process. And what it shows you that during the time period that the applicant selected, his properties had 62 noise complaints. And in the 4 months of data, while he operated Marpa, there were additional 5 noise complaints. The fraternities that you'll see at the end, there were 5 of them, they only had a total of 29 noise complaints. There were other numerous complaints, including shots heard. That's a great one. So if you look at the data that I've submitted, and I apologize for it being last minute, I didn't get some of it until yesterday, you will see that the history of this applicant is one of not being respectful to the neighborhood at all. These are his operations, and this is how he's managed his property.
Well, could you wrap up, please? Your 3 minutes is over.
Okay, so it's clear how this developer works. He doesn't care about the negative impacts, and the good neighbor policy is contradicted by the Boulder Police Department. So he's proven what kind of landlord he will be. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sue Ellen. Okay, next up is Brad O'Neill, followed by Ray Bamba, followed by Kimberly Brown. Brad, you can go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, hello, I'm Brad O'Neill. I graduated from CU's Environmental Design School in 1982 and have been involved in the design and construction of many adaptive reuse projects during my career. I'm speaking today to encourage you to approve the applicant's proposal. This will be a very complex restoration, and I applaud the applicant for his commitment to doing it right, just as I believe he's done with his 4 previous projects on the Hill. I've toured all of his projects, and I'm very impressed with his quality and commitment to detail. I believe it's a very rare for a private owner of a structure of this scale, and it's quite large and complex, working under strict confines of the landmark alteration certificate, to seek approval for a complete interior remodel, exterior historic restoration, and complete mechanical, electrical, and plumbing replacement. I believe Boulder is lucky to have a local owner operator who wants to undertake this project to deliver a historically accurate restoration that is fully smart regs compliant. This will be a model and a new high water mark for the responsible adaptive reuse of the historic multifamily dwellings. This project will certainly encourage others to invest in the restoration of other historic treasures in the region across the state. And lastly, I just want to say
Hi, folks.
Excuse me?
It's okay, you can go
Hello,
ahead.
can anybody hear me?
Sue Ellen, I'm going to ask you.
Okay, only the gentleman who's speaking is to speak. Each person gets 3 minutes and no one gets to speak twice.
Sorry. So just lastly, I'll finish up. So in my 40 years of experience in adaptive reuse projects, I've come to learn one thing, that the quality of the residence is directly related to the quality of the improvements. I think taking this project from a currently dilapidated, many years of deferred maintenance into a first-class, high-end project will probably attract the best tenants that it could. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Next up is Ray Bamba, followed by Kimberly Brown, followed by Damian Lesperance Young. Ray, you can go ahead. Hello. Okay, so Brad spoke, so we can. Is Ray Bramba here? And it looks like you're unmuted.
Dean, maybe come back to him.
Yep, okay. Ray, we can come back to you. Kimberly Brown?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So hi, my name is Kimberly, and I am a resident of Boulder. I support the project being proposed and I do urge approval of it. The property is kind of a rundown eyesore as it exists today. Nothing would have a more positive impact on the hill than if it were restored as a landmark, divided into nice apartments instead of being rented out as is. We need to encourage investments and good housing close to where people work, shop, and attend university. So please approve this project and thank you for your consideration and time. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Okay, next up is Damian Lesperance Young, followed by Douglas Burden, followed by Kathy Young. Damian, you can go ahead.
Hey, my name's Damian. I'm 18 and I'm a senior planning to graduate this spring from Niwot High School. And I'm planning to attend CU this fall. I've spent a lot of time on the Hill over the past year, and I've really seen how run down a lot of the frat houses and apartment buildings are. And I think that this project would be a great way to build community and a good environment for students planning to attend university, to have good housing in a good area. And I think overall it's just beneficial for the community. I really hope you guys approve this project. I think it would be really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Next up is Douglas Burden. Douglas, you can go ahead. Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
You can hear me. Okay. My name is Doug Burden. I was an administrative law attorney for almost 30 years before recently retiring. And I actually own a home and live across the street from the Marpa House. I would suggest the board ask some of the speakers who are in favor of this project, whether they live anywhere near the Marpa House, have any connection to the applicant, or submitted comments to the staff. With due respect, Sloan's recitation of the law was incomplete at best and misleading at worst. I submitted comments on Tuesday at 1:37 p.m. that included a legal analysis, and I sent it to the city attorney. I ask that you please review this before accepting what Sloan said. Under the code and case law, you must ensure that the proposed new non-conforming use does not constitute a move toward greater nonconformity, and that the goal is to move the use toward conformity. Now, to accomplish this task and apply the criteria, you must understand the facts that existed prior to the proposed use, and I'll address a few of them. The applicant and staff assert, based on the rental license, that for comparison purposes, 50 people occupied Marpa House recently. The real occupancy was much lower. I submitted 2 declarations on Tuesday, the 19th at 12:53 p.m. From people who actually lived in the Marpa House recently, going back to 2006. They each said that the maximum occupancy was 35 to 36 and often much lower. Now, the law cares about actual people, not numbers on a piece of paper, and you should also. A second fact relates to parking and traffic. The Fox Tuttle document at page 66 in the memo had a traffic analysis comparing Marpa House residents and students. And the number they used for the Marpa House was 50 residents, and they said they own cars at an 80% rate. That would mean 40 cars. Exhibit 2B of my submission is an Excel spreadsheet of parking permits the city issued to Marpa House residents from 2006 to 2018. Over that period, the average was about 17 permits. In the last 8 years, it was less than 14, meaning the car numbers was much lower. That whole chart is wrong, and I encourage you to check it out. Finally, in discussing both compatibility and the character of the area criteria, the staff memo repeatedly asserts that there are many non-conforming residential properties in the surrounding blocks, including apartments and other large buildings, and they included a map. I submitted exhibits 3A and B, which show those addresses, those properties, or the 18 properties. Other than the Marpa House and sorority on 11th, all are regular looking family homes that happen to be duplexes. There are no other apartments, sororities on this map. The proposal for student apartments is incompatible with and out of character with our neighborhood, and I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Next up is Kathy Young, followed by Jordan Bunch, followed by Stefan Magnuson. I did hear from Ray. He was unable to, we couldn't hear him, so he's going to rejoin. So we'll circle back. All right, Kathy Young, you are up.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, you can go ahead.
Yes, great. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to give the public a chance to speak on this. I am actually speaking in favor of this application. I have a child who will be attending CU and a junior who's going to be attending in a year. We're planning on sending our kids to CU. We've taken the time to tour the campus and surrounding neighborhoods looking for housing. And if anybody's been up there, you know that it is slim pickings for quality housing for our kids. I did actually have an opportunity to go inside the 891 project, and it's terrible. It's in a huge state of disrepair. And from what I've seen of the applicant's proposal, I don't really understand why anyone would not approve this project. I mean, the changes they plan to make, the safety upgrades, the landscape beautification, the modernization of this building seems like a win-win for everybody. A gentleman just mentioned that it doesn't really go along with the neighborhood. It seems like it's a perfect addition with the upgrades the applicant intends to make to this building. And I would be proud and to have my son live there, live in this neighborhood. I think it's a great addition. I'm would be extremely proud to see this project go through. I'm definitely in favor of this.
Thank you, Kathy. Are you finished? You still have a little time.
No, just that really, that I think that what's important to me as a parent of 2 kids who will soon be attending the university is just having not another party house existing on the hill. And it's nice to see something responsible and safe for our kids. I can't think of anything better.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask a question with Hella, defer this to Hella or Harmon. I'm getting a number of questions in the chat about people requesting if folks could identify if they live in the neighborhood or their address. And I don't have instructions about that for the virtual calls, whether we can require that or not.
Well, our general practice is that public commenters have to identify themselves and give an address, but I defer to Hella to weigh in on that.
Or if they're affiliated with the applicant. So,
yeah, I would recommend that you follow your typical practice, Harmon.
Okay, so there's no requirement that anyone reveal any affiliations, but we do ask that any public commenter simply state their full name and their address for the record.
thank you so much for helping to clarify.
Okay, and I would like to say that we have a lot of people speaking tonight, and I would appreciate it if the members of the public who are offered 3 minutes would hold to the 3 minutes. It seems like Jean is having to stop multiple people who are callers. And so if you can try to self-police and keep your comments to 3 minutes, everyone would appreciate it.
Very good, thank you. All right, next up, Jordan Bunch, followed by Stefan Mag.
I'm still listening to this. I did my thing. I earned my $100. Oh, you don't.
That's the wrong one. Okay. Jordan.
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry, I know someone else was talking.
Nope, you can go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Jordan Bunch. My address is 1800 Broadway, Suite 300. I am a partner with Holland & Hart, and we represent a group of neighbors, Doug Burden, Scott and Teresa Beck, and the Sue Ellen Harrison family, all of whom live immediately adjacent to the Marpa House. As you know, this project is going to a neighborhood that is zoned low-density residential. A large student apartment building is not permitted in that zoning district. Now, the code does permit that other uses may be permitted, but if, and I quote, the particular use is demonstrated to be appropriate in the proposed location, a change in a non-conforming use would not adversely affect the traffic and the environment of the surrounding area, or the change would reduce the degree of the nonconformity. And as I'll discuss in detail in a moment, none of those are met here. The use review criteria is governed by Code Section 9215E, which states that a project cannot be approved unless it meets all of the criteria set forth therein, not some, but all. And we submit that this project fails to meet several of the required criteria, including the following. First, the project must provide a direct service or convenience to the neighborhood. This use provides no service or convenience to the neighborhood. It only creates conflict. The fact that it creates a convenience for a developer to collect rent or to college students that do not live in the neighborhood is irrelevant to your analysis. Second, the project must reduce adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. That is actually the opposite of what we have here. This doesn't reduce impacts, it creates them, because the intensity and type of use will significantly increase noise, parking, traffic, litter, etc. Third, the project must foster a city or comp plan policy. Absolutely no community or comp plan policy is fostered here, absolutely none. All this does is create a conflict by inflicting inconsistent land uses that haven't existed for over 40 years, if ever. Fourth, it must be compatible in location, size, and operation with minimal negative impacts on nearby properties. This project will increase the number of occupants, traffic, cars to park, and noise in a quiet neighborhood. That's the opposite of compatible. Approval of this project would permanently inflict a conflicting use and the neighborhood and the city would have to be forced to reckon with that and manage that in perpetuity. And fifth, the project won't change the permanent character of the neighborhood. This unequivocally will change the character of the neighborhood. This is a low density neighborhood occupied by families. This project is high density student housing. There's been some arguments that this criterion is met because there's an existing sorority house and halfway house in the neighborhood, but those arguments fail on their face. Both of those institutions have on-site management and internal rules that govern the conduct of those occupants and prohibit late night parties. Here, we would be talking about 48 unsupervised college students with no such regulation. The developer has refused to provide on-site management and has merely allowed that there will be a hotline with a 24-hour response time, which does little good for a late weeknight noise complaint. Allowing this project would essentially allow adjoining zoning, where many of these apartments are located and permitted, to creep, or to more accurately be jammed into a neighborhood where the decision was made long ago not to allow these types of uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, can folks hear the alarm at this point? I know we were having trouble before.
We can, Jean, but it's not very loud.
Okay, it's loud on this end. Okay, all right, let's keep going. All right, next up is Stefan Magnuson. Stefan, you can go ahead, followed by Lisa Nelson and Mark Painter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, of course, it'd be nice. My name is Stefan Magnuson. I live on 11th Street across from the Pi-Fi house at 875 11th. First of all, of course, it'd be nice to have a beautifully restored building. However, the developer and their representatives continue to call these high quality apartments. When looking at the plans, it seems that the bedrooms will have windows, but the living space has no windows. So I'm not sure why that would be considered a high quality apartment. Secondly, it's solely being marketed to students based on the lease cycle, and you have to lease it a year ahead. And it seems that leasing it to students seems to be the primary problem that I've seen over the last year with the responses from the neighborhood. And by the way, it seems a lot of the pro people don't even come from the neighborhood, and that's why it'd be good to hear from where they are coming from, like Erie and Niwot and so forth. The developer sells this as a positive for the neighborhood when it would produce noise at all hours of the night, and the enforcement of that would be lacking. We already have a lot of problems with parties even a block or two down from us, north of us, with being woken up in the middle of the night, and very little enforcement by the city until recently. And the thing that we've also noticed is that the developer is unwilling to consider other uses or other forms of tenants that would be more compatible with the neighborhood. And I think that's a shortcoming, and I think that's something the staff on the planning board should have been urging the developer to consider, especially given the large quantity of comments to that effect from the neighbors here. Also, we can observe at least one of their cedar houses is very close to us. And, you know, he talks about the good neighbor operation, and we really haven't seen that. And I think that was brought up by another speaker earlier, that, you know, there are often loud parties there and trash around there, and no enforcement that we could see, at least by the owner. Certainly, if the cops are called, they come and try to do something about it. I think that's about it for me. So in the interest of time, thank you.
Stefan, thank you very much. I'm going to circle back to Ray Bramba that we tried to get to earlier. Ray, see if you can unmute.
I know.
Okay, can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, great. First, I'd like to.
Ray, can you give your name and address for the
Oh, yes.
record?
My name is Ray Bomba, and I live at 805 13th Street, which is on University Hill. It's just a block and a half away. First, I'd like to point out that one of the previous callers who was accidentally unmuted made the comment to somebody beside her that she earned her $100. So that's an incredibly suspicious thing, and I think you should start to think about that. But anyway, I'd also like to make a point about some of these comments that are addressing only the cosmetics of the house. And there have been a couple of comments, including one in particular where they explicitly said that the beauty of the building implies a beauty of the residents, essentially, in their behavior. And I'd like to draw your attention to the property at the corner of Euclid and 14th on the northwest corners. Go by there sometime and notice that that is actually a very appealing looking property. But go by there on any Friday or Saturday night and tell me whether or not you would like to live next to that. I imagine no one would. It's an incredibly high decibel, very busy and very rowdy place. My main concern, and everyone seems to be making the same point, is that the assertion that this is not going to have an impact on, is not a change in impact and not a downgrade for the neighborhood is clearly false. And anyone who goes looking for a property after this has been converted to entirely student housing in perpetuity by design, by what the owner has stated to be student housing, who does not believe that that will devalue the properties in the neighborhood is basically straining credibility. And so I think that there have been some exceptionally good comments from the long-term residents and the people who are representing some other people, and I'll yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Ray. All right, next up we have Lisa Nelson, followed by Mark Painter, followed by Kurt Furman. Lisa, you can go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Great, thank you. My name is Lisa Nelson, and I have lived at 1086 10th Street at the intersection of 10th Street and College Avenue on the Hill for 30 years. My partner and I live adjacent to the area of the Hill that is actually zoned for dense student housing, including several of the applicants' other projects, including their building at 11th Street, 1135 11th Street, and 1107 12th Street. Both of them are located in the area that's zoned for high density use. In general, where we live, amidst high density student housing, the noise from amplified music and cars and motorbikes and drunk people yelling and screaming at all hours of the day and night is relentless and real. It impacts our quality of life in a very real way, to say nothing of the trespassing, trash, litter, public urination, and vomiting that frequently occurs in our yard. To some of the earlier speakers' points, there are a row of houses across the street from us with high quality finishes inside, whose tenants are so high quality and well behaved that several of those properties are now in the city's nuisance abatement process. When the applicant's 12th Street property was redeveloped, we, along with several of our neighbors on this block, immediately noticed an increase in noise, specifically amplified music and loud voices coming from the property, despite the fact that it is 2 city blocks away. It might be hard to believe at this point with what we endure living where we do, but I still actually dearly love the Hill. It is where I've chosen to live my entire adult life, and I'm very sad to see its decline, which is in large part because of planning and land use decisions that have disregarded the actual impact to the community of this kind of housing. A number of long-term friends and neighbors on my block have moved away in recent years, specifically because of the impacts that I have described from the increasingly dense student housing near us, The loss of families and long-term residents is an adverse impact in itself. Based on my lengthy direct experience living close to this kind of housing, I'm here to tell you that despite the applicant's promises to the contrary, there's no question that allowing the Marpa House to become high-density student housing will create a significant negative impact to its surrounding community, which will be devastating to all of us who live on the Hill. I leave it to many other commenters and the letters to note the many factual errors that are in the application. Please, please don't take everyone's word for what they've put in that application. And because you all may not have had the opportunity to read every page of the document submitted regarding this project, I would like to draw your attention to the June 5 staff memo prepared by the case manager prior to Sloan. On page 5 of that document, staff noted that they had received over 60 neighborhood comments, the vast majority of which opposed the proposal. The applicant put in their written response, as we shared with you on our June 19 call, it is critical to note the volume of neighborhood comments is in fact heavily skewed by a relatively small number of self-interested and conflicted community members. We engaged a licensed private investigator to verify this concern. This applicant has hired a private investigator to investigate people who live in the neighborhood who are opposed to this project. There is no reasonable belief that the good neighbor statement in this application is anything besides some paperwork to try to convince you that this project will not negatively impact the community. I think if there is any reasonable expectation that this project really was going to be a win-win for all stakeholders, you would not have 400 pages of community input opposed to this project and 100 people on this call. It's clear that this proposed development will substantially adversely affect the surrounding community and expand the non-conforming use of the property. We are begging you to consider the actual impact on the Hill community of this proposed project and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up is Mark Painter, followed by Kurt Furman, followed by Peter Smith. Mark, you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. Before you start my timer, I just direct you to my letter from Tuesday, which is at the very end of your PDF packet of all comments. I'm an attorney representing Scott and Teresa Beck. I live at 2121 Kalmia Circle. And so I'm in Boulder, but I'm not in the neighborhood. I represent the Becks and some other neighbors actually who live right across the street from this. I want to focus on two things. The first is the requirement under the nonconformity regulations. It says you have to reduce the degree of nonconformity. The proposal must reduce the degree of nonconformity. As people have said, this reduction or this proposal goes just the opposite direction. The only way this proposal got out of the gates was for the applicant to compare his 48 occupants to a speculative and long since abandoned number of 50 allowed occupants under an old rental license. It's disingenuous to claim such a high use to which none of the neighbors who are on the phone today have ever been exposed. That's 43 years old or older. It shouldn't be the baseline for judging the neighborhood impact. Under the plain language of the code, that higher level of occupancy was abandoned when it wasn't used for over a year, let alone decades. From 25,000 feet, what happened is this developer found a historically unused rental license in an old building, and he's now trying to shoehorn that fiction into a high occupancy student rental in a single family neighborhood. The only evidence of occupancy levels in the records are the affidavits of the Marpa House occupants that Mr. Burden referred to earlier. Everything else is deceptive speculation, such as claiming, as the applicant did tonight, that this eliminates some major party magnet. What party magnet? The only one is the one that the applicant has repeatedly threatened the neighbors with if his application isn't approved. And he's done that to many people. Relying on that fiction turns your criteria and policies on their head and is inappropriate as the baseline for the criteria. Second, as the Landmark Board told the applicant, landmarking sets no precedent for use review. Lots of acceptable uses exist for the building that would decrease, not increase impact. But the problem is the applicant's sole business is student rentals. That's his choice, but it's a huge risk here. The applicant's promises of no negative impact are belied by his management of the property to date, and his failed commitments will become the neighbor's permanent problem. The applicant's solution, the neighbors go to mediation, which is another negative impact. The non-impactful solution, don't approve the application. It doesn't belong in this place. And Member Gerstle, you're right. There is no approval required to convert this to 16 separately owned condominiums with no management or good neighbor policy, potentially. I understand what Hella was saying, and that remains to be seen as to whether that would be binding on condominiums, but those would be 16 separate owners. Lastly, very quickly, one of you asked about other examples of similar applications. Exhibit D to my letter, I really encourage you to look at it. It isn't very long. In 1990, the Alpha Phi sorority tried to restore a previous occupancy of 50 just a block away. This planning staff and planning board rejected that very similar proposal because they recognized the obvious, as should this board, that the negative impact of a modern day group of 50 unsupervised students
Mark, if you could
much greater in terms of noise, alcohol, and car ownership. Do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next up is Kurt Furman. Kurt, you can go ahead.
Hello, and
Almost
thank you
got it all in.
for allowing me to speak this evening in regards to this development. I live at the address of, can you hear me?
We can, you can go ahead.
Okay. I live at 1111 Cascade Avenue. I am on the same block as this, as the Marpa House. And I have lived at this address since 1993, and I've raised my family here. This has been a wonderful location, and it's been a family location. Our kids, the Beck's kids, the Buds, the Haneys, everybody on this block have become friends. And we've been friends for close to 30 years. And what you're trying to do to us is ruin our neighborhood by allowing the impact that this building will have on us. The Marpa House had wonderful people who would visit and travel, walk the neighborhood. There was a monk that used to come up and he'd sit underneath our tree. Now, if you could have guests like that coming to stay at your place, that'd be fine. But you're not. You're going to have students, and it's going to be unsupervised, and it will be nothing but chaos and impacts on our neighborhood. The alley will become a racetrack because we've seen it before. When I first moved here, we had the city put in speed bumps to slow the traffic down. Our neighbors leave their garages open. By allowing this many more people into the neighborhood, we will have to be on guard for walk-ins that we've had all experienced just from normal traffic in the alley. You're talking about increasing our traffic in the alley now by up to 50 more people. There are more families moving back into the neighborhood, as such as the family across the street from us who have 2 young children, and the family next to them who have 3 high school children. So I just want to say that I am strictly against this on the fact that this will directly have negative impacts on our family and the rest of my families that live near us. So please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next up is Peter Smith, then Noah Smith, then Hope Mickelson. Peter, you can go ahead.
Hello, my name is, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Peter Smith. I live at 976 University. I'm speaking on behalf of, or in perspective of a recent alumni or a recent graduate from the school. I just want to say that I think the future plan for 891 is awesome. The idea of having a well-done property like this is much better than leaving it unrenovated and in disrepair. I think it would add a lot of value to the neighborhood, and it would be good visual appearance as well. And I am in favor of the project. Just wanted to keep it brief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Next up is Noah Smith. Noah, okay, wait. Noah, you can go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
You can.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm currently a resident of 1163 Lincoln Place. I spent a few years in the rental industry within Boulder myself. And from what I've seen, the projects that this team have been able to put together on the Hill have been very refreshing in my perspective. They have made impressive changes to properties that were once shabby and run down and are now charming and work well in the Boulder community. They show good progress to the rental community here on the Hill as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. All right, let me stop this. Next up is Hope Mickelson, followed by David Raduziner, followed by Chad Helton.
Hi, my name is Hope Michelson. I live on 805 13th Street, and I'm actually a professor at the university, and I love the students here. I love living on the Hill. I actually like all the activity, but I'm really worried about this particular property. I've noticed that our neighborhood seems to be becoming more and more student rentals. And over time, the noise has gotten to be extreme. I don't mind the partying, I don't mind the loud music, but we have fireworks going all night long, actually till 2 or 3 in the morning. We're constantly calling the police. We have very loud explosions that sound bigger than fireworks. It's actually really disconcerting and very hard to sleep. And if you have dogs, it's absolutely nuts. Our dogs are totally traumatized. I do actually think that it would be great to have families, especially lower income families, move into the neighborhood. I really love the different perspectives that people bring. I really love the diversity of our neighborhood, and but I'm just really concerned about having more students, especially living in units of 3. I think that as we live around other students, and we see that these common houses get a little bit crazy sometimes, and it kind of amplifies the partying spirit. And it's not a real problem with the partying, it's just like the excessive noise is really causing some of us to not actually get a whole lot of sleep. And some of the residents around here are having some issues with mental illness, and especially those with PTSD are actually suffering quite a bit and having to move out of our neighborhood. It's such a beautiful historic neighborhood. It's kind of sad to see it erode with time. So if there's any way we can stop it kind of north of like Aurora, as someone was talking about, it would be really preferential. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Hope. Okay. Next up is David Raduzner. And I'm so sorry. I'm sure that I am not pronouncing names correctly. David, you can go ahead and start.
Okay. Can you hear?
I think I hit unmute when you hit unmute at the same time. Uh-oh, did we lose you?
Can you hear me now?
We can. All
Okay,
right.
great. All right, no problem. My name is David Raduziner. I've been a resident on the Hill at 765 14th Street for 22 years. I also serve on the UNA Design Review Committee. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the comprehensive package that our team submitted indicating the committee and UNA's position and opposition on this matter. I simply want to stress a few key points. While there have been other instances of conversion of boarding house uses to multifamily use on the Hill, none of them have been located in the heart of the low density permanent resident part of the neighborhood. And all of those cases involved highly occupied nuisance properties, meaning the new use was an improvement in the prior use. This application represents an expansion of a non-conforming use and fails to meet the requirements of city code. The application and staff analysis is full of inaccuracies and mischaracterizations of the previous use and the impact of the proposed use. The previous use for the last 43 years was not a 50-person boarding house or any form of fraternity. It was a contemplative group residence. The staff's reliance on the potential use versus the actual use over the last 43 years is disingenuous and simply not appropriate. The application includes an expansion in usable square footage. Expanding the square footage of a non-conforming use is not permitted by code. Further, an application for expansion of a non-conforming use, as has been said before, must show that all of the very specific requirements outlined in the Boulder City Code have been met in order for it to be approved. These requirements are outlined in our package as well as the Holland and Hart letter that was sent to the board. Most, if not all, of these requirements have not been met by this application. Clearly, there are no grounds for approving this application, and it simply should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Chad Helton, followed by Nicole Gloman, followed by Hillary Griffith.
Hello, my name is Chad Helton. I live at 1310 Grandview Ave. Thank you for allowing me to speak on 891 12th Street. I think this project is exciting for the Boulder Hill community for numerous reasons. The property has rich history in the area, and I look forward to seeing just how much the property will better from the project. And I think the plan to preserve the existing structure is great, and I think the management in charge will succeed in its plan to improve the property as well as the Hill community. The project will provide an opportunity for more people to enjoy the neighborhood and surrounding Chautauqua Park, rather than just one buyer coming in and using the entire lot as a whole. I also have high hopes for the property's future based on the quality of work that the management team has shown in the past, in past projects, and I look forward to seeing the positive changes they have proposed for 891. Thanks.
Thanks, Chad. Next up is Nicole Gloman. Nicole, you can go ahead and start.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to share. My name is Nicole Gloman. My husband and I are university alumni and have lived in Boulder for 10 years. We are no longer on the Hill, but we reside at 900 Quinn. I myself lived on University Hill and cherish my time as a resident of Boulder. After hearing these presentations, I believe the plans for the project provide an opportunity benefiting professionals and students alike, offering a safe, renovated, and well-maintained residence. I have lived in the horrible, rundown, shared housing of the Hill, and to have an investor want to come and do something and create something actually livable is not something that many people are willing to do. Based on this presentation, the applicant has a plan to take on a huge project and restore something beautiful. Overall, I think the group will do a nice job preserving this special landmark and plan to make necessary renovations to provide safety, a sense of community, and benefit the town that we know and love. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Next up is Hillary Griffith. Hillary, you can unmute yourself.
There we go. You can all hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, I'm Hillary Griffith, and just to let you know, I am part of 3 generations that have lived in Boulder, Colorado. So I have my mother here, and I also have my son who's living here, and all of us have lived in the University Hill area for these 3 generations. Not long ago, my son bought a house close in the area, and to my dismay, he's been talking about how he wished he hadn't bought in that area and is so worried about the Marpa house and feeling like maybe he has to move out of Boulder. And he's the young, talented, professional that we really want to keep in the area because he's so worried about the impact from students. What I would like to say is that I really ask you to deny this development proposal moving forward, because what I think we need to do is stop everything and figure out how we can really regulate and create new zoning or new rules for the whole University Hill area, so that people, when they buy houses, have an idea of what they're in for. Because I live myself in a beautifully restored 1906 Victorian home. And next to me, my brother restored a very beautiful, comparably old home. And I wanted to try to buy it too, just to protect it. But it was done with high-end finish, beautifully done. But just because of the economics and the way it works here, a group of students moved in. And while there's supposedly only 3 allowed, I think there's probably more like 5 living there. And then with their boyfriends or girlfriends that come in, it turns out to be more like 10. I can tell you there's not a day that goes by where I don't have somebody parking so that I can't get out. There's, dog poop, vomiting, fireworks, beer pong, all this going on. And I'm pretty tolerant with a lot of it because I work with a lot of CU students too. I help teach with some of the LEADS programs. I work with MBA students all the time. But I think it's critical that you find a way to ensure that this is either low-income housing or family housing. And you just can't leave it up to students. There's so much suffering that's happening in the neighborhoods. And it must cost the city like a ton of money to deal with all the enforcement issues. So I think before the city has to spend a ton more money dealing with, another, let's just say 48 rooms that bring in another 3 people in each, and then each of them having a boyfriend or girlfriend that drives into the neighborhood, and you have to manage all of that. You really need to get figured out, some policy figured out about how you can differentiate the neighborhoods. And when people buy in, they know, hey, I'm going to buy into an area that's going to be full of parties or not, because that's the reality. But people need to know where to be in this community and how to live in those different neighborhoods. And there's not a lot of clear delineation in some of those areas. So anyhow, I wanted to share that experience. I wanted to say that my entire family opposes this, and being a long-term Boulder resident, I am, aware of many people in the community opposing this. I know that it's a developer's full-time job to see their projects go through, but a lot of people in the community some people don't have the technical skills to participate this way. Some people don't know about the issue, and other people are just tired dealing with other issues, whether they're sick with COVID, dealing with family members, dealing with job loss. And to add another thing like this to the plate is sometimes hard. I think you've heard from a lot of the community that there's strong opposition. Okay. Anyhow, thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next up is Jackson Arnold, followed by Maddie Benson, followed by Daniel Harberger. Jackson, you can go ahead. Jackson, you can go ahead. Jackson, we can't hear you. Nope. All right. Let's try again.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Perfect. Sorry about that. So my name is Jackson Arnold. I live at 1308 Grandview, and I think the proposal for this project is very exciting. I think that the steps that management has in place in preserving the existing building while also improving it are quite promising. It shows that they have good incentives and plan to do a lot of great work for the community. I love that the building has been landmarked, and I look forward to seeing residents enjoy that building, as well as the history that it can offer to the residents who live there, as well as the community and neighborhood around it. It's a beautiful property as is, but I do think the proposed changes seem like they are necessary at this point. And I wanted to keep it short, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jackson. Next up is Maddie Benson, followed by Daniel Harberger. Maddie, you can go ahead.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I live at 1057 13th Street, and I joined this meeting to express my support for the restoration project at 891 12th Street. In the past years, I've been a tenant at a couple different properties on the Hill that were past projects by this management team, and I have nothing but pleasant experiences with their work and would recommend living in these properties to anyone. The quality of these buildings are a sight for sore eyes for areas around the Hill, and my experiences with the apartment neighborhoods in the past were always pleasant. And yeah, I just wanted to give my thoughts on that, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Maddie. Next up is Daniel Harburger. And then I'm going to go to a few of the folks that we had on the chat list. So Tanis Sampson, followed by Aaron Belzer, followed by David Smallwood. Okay, Daniel Harburger, you may go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Well, first off, I know that being on the planning board is often a thankless position. So to start, thank you for your consideration to reject this use review. Preserving the neighborhood and the Marpa House is an incredibly important issue to Boulder. And I hope that by the end of this Zoom call, that hopefully doesn't extend too late tonight for you guys, you'll agree that the use review should be rejected. There are so many reasons, and here are a few. First, the project is going to cause massive disruption to the community. Oh, by the way, I live just 2 blocks from the Marpa House, so I'm an actual member of this community, unlike it seems like some people that are calling in. And as a member, I can tell you that this project is going to cause massive disruption to our community. And this is evidenced by the police records. To get an idea of the risks, we can look at the properties, at the developers' other properties. Each property receives on average 12 to 25 police complaints per year for noise, disorderly conduct, violence, and criminal mischief. That's 12 to 25 more than the average home in the neighborhood, which is clearly a negative impact on the surrounding environment. As evidence of the fact, the Marpa House itself received more complaints in the 3 months that Kirkland was renting it to students than the previous 10 years under past ownership. More noise complaints in 3 months than 10 years. This is the second point. Point number 2. There are almost no consequences to the developer if their occupants act poorly. If the property were occupied by a single entity, they could receive 3 noise complaints within the 90-day period before going into nuisance abatement. With 16 units, that limit becomes 48 police complaints, 3 for each unit. Enforcing this number of complaints is infeasible, both for the community and for the police. This makes it almost impossible to hold the developer accountable for poor behavior that will no doubt negatively affect the neighborhood. A few other quick points before I go. 1, siblings often live together in student rentals. This is very common. If siblings share the same unit, the number of occupants in the building could balloon well past 48. Students living off campus also have many more cars than other students, like those living in dorms and on campus. So using the, quote, average student to calculate traffic liability, as the developer has done, is seriously misleading. And perhaps the most important, the historical context surrounding this project is very important to consider. The last time the property was used for student housing, CU was a dry campus, believe it or not. Drinking culture was minimal, and amplified music was very rare. Perhaps the property could house 40 students back then, but with today's drinking culture and the prevalence of amplified music, renting this property to 45 students would decimate, it would legitimately destroy this community. There are many more points, but the net of it is this. If the proposal is approved, Marpa House will devolve from a single accountable entity to a dangerous cancer for our community. It will be a heartbreak for our entire town. It will bring disruption to the neighborhood, noise for visitors trying to see Chautauqua, and it will be just devastating. Please reject this use review proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, next up is Aaron Belzer. Aaron, you can unmute.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I feel like, this is sort of becoming a little bit about students versus non-students, and what we should be talking about is moving closer to conformity and eliminating, the sort of group home. This is, I would remind you, an existing use in a university town. So I just want to speak in support of this project. I'm, speaking to ask you to approve the application. It appears to me to adequately satisfy the technical the technical code requirements for the non-conforming use review process. It addresses Boulder's acute need for quality housing, and housing diversity is critical across all of Boulder, and especially on the Hill, where the university's growth has outpaced the city's housing inventory. I think the project in front of you directly addresses the community challenge. It complies with the comp plan, and it does so while restoring a historic landmark. That building is falling apart, and these folks want to come in and fix it, make it look nice again. The alternatives to not supporting this project are going to have, I think, an adverse impact on the neighborhood surrounding it, and potentially worse, I worry that not supporting a solid and ambitious project like this will send a message to other owners in Boulder that, that Boulder is content with a dilapidated inventory of rental housing options. I think if we don't support and embrace projects like this, great projects, we're doing a disservice to those in the community who want or need quality, diverse housing options. So I'd ask that you please approve the applicant's proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I had a Tennis Sampson on the list, but I'm no longer seeing that person in the list of participants. So if they are there, please send me another message in the chat.
She spoke already, Jean.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is.
She spoke during the beginning of the meeting, actually, on an unrelated thing. So yeah.
All right. How about David Smallwood, and then Stephen Vandermesh, and then Lisa Spalding. David Smallwood. You can unmute yourself. Okay, I am not seeing David Smallwood.
See tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So how about Stephen Vandermesh? Stephen, can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
You can. You can go ahead.
Okay. My name is Stefan Vandermersch. I live at 907 12th Street, which is immediately across from Marpa House. The night before I closed on my home where I'm raising my children, I walked over to Marpa House to make sure that it was not student housing. I would not have bought my home if it had been student housing. I will not want to live in my home if Marpa becomes student housing. And the same is true for many of my neighbors. Code does not permit the character of the neighborhood to be changed this way. I will move from my home if this project comes to pass, because my home will no longer be fit to be anything other than a student rental. I will be heartbroken about leaving this neighborhood and our historic home. Further, if this project comes to pass, I will have to sell my home to a much smaller pool of buyers because very few families will want to live next to something like what Kirkland has proposed here. The return on investment of this developer will be financed by the decline in home equity of his neighbors. It's not equitable. It's terrible for the community fabric of our neighborhood. And it's a violation of code because it clearly increases the degree of nonconformity with our neighborhood. In June of last year, city staff sent an extraordinary letter to Kirkland. A well-respected developer friend of mine characterized the letter as, quote, throwing the book at Kirkland for a project that from its very conception has been simply predatory. In a shocking article that reviewed voicemails and emails by John Kirkland, as well as residents' allegations, the Daily Camera documented how Kirkland lied extensively to Marpa residents in order to collect information to outbid them for their own home. What doesn't add up is that 6 months later, after this letter, Kirkland's proposal is unchanged and yet has won planning staff's approval. Staff's only request in recommending the proposal is that, quote, the developer operates the use in accordance with the good neighbor statement of operations. This is a nonsensical solution to the myriad problems with this project because this good neighbor statement of operations was written by a developer whose other properties are notoriously problematic as seen by police records and photos submitted by neighbors, whose blatant duplicity was chronicled by the Daily Camera, who has faced extensive fraud allegations here in town and had to pay a 6-digit settlement in response, and who served jail time for contempt of court in this city's jail. And then even more shockingly, we have a live mic faux pas on this very meeting where someone speaking in favor of the project says they have, quote, done their part for their $100. And then we have lots of young college boy sounding voices who also sound like they were recruited to give comments with short speeches of little substance in support of the project, perhaps for 100 each as well. Since when do college students care at all about planning board meetings? The people speaking in favor of this project are by and large or entirely not homeowners in this neighborhood. They live outside the neighborhood or are renters who will be here a few years at most. Duplicity and bad neighbor behavior has been part of this entire journey with this developer, from flagrant mischaracterizations of meetings with neighbors, to a foundationally flawed parking study, to singling out neighbors for attack and intimidation, to the bizarre experience of stacking this meeting. It simply doesn't make sense to count on Kirkland to follow a good neighbor statement of operations, nor does that statement remotely address the myriad problems with this proposal. Even in the hands of a reputable developer, of which there are plenty on the Hill, this proposal would be totally inappropriate for this neighborhood. My family and a few hundred neighbors are counting on you to do the right thing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I apologize for jumping around. I was just trying to get to the folks who had indicated in the chat and couldn't get the hands raised and get folks wrapped in. So I think next we have David Smallwood, and that followed by Lisa Spalding. All right, David, here we go. David, you can unmute.
All right, can you hear me?
You can.
Hi, my name is David Smallwood. I live at 7774 Durham Circle. Well, I don't live in this neighborhood. I would like to. I'm a young professional, and unfortunately, while I'm not making tons of money, I can't quite afford a house in this family area. There is a lot of high-end housing there. I understand the complaints with student housing, but I think a high-end development like this would be well suited to someone like myself or my peers who want to be in a closer to downtown neighborhood, but don't necessarily have the funds to live there. I've seen a lot of people on this meeting tonight who have lawyers. I see people who are living in beautiful high-end Victorian homes. I can't afford that. I want to live near them, but right now I cannot. It's very frustrating to also hear people wish to bring in low-income housing, but you'd preclude young professionals from living there. I think that is also inappropriate and makes it very difficult for me to find a place to live. I really encourage the zoning board to consider this application and approve it. I think we need to expand opportunities for more people like myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Lisa Spalding. Lisa, you can unmute. Lisa, you can go.
Sorry. Okay, got it. I'm a member of the University Hill Neighborhood Association's Executive Committee. One of our goals is to ensure the stability of our neighborhood by protecting the families who live here. CU's refusal to cap the student population or build housing to keep up with its ever-increasing student body has made the Hill a goldmine for landlords wishing to develop expensive student housing. The city has been contributing to this situation by failing to comply with the conditions in our land use code that limit the expansion of non-conforming uses. These conditions prohibit the expansion of non-conforming uses for a very good reason. A cohesive neighborhood that has lived with a non-conforming use for decades can be fractured by the introduction of an expansion of use that adversely affects the surrounding residents. The proposal before you expects the neighborhood to cope with the conversion of a contemplative group residence that for decades provided affordable housing for around 30 to 35 men, women, and children, with a proposed apartment complex designed for 48 wealthy, entitled undergraduate students. The sole resource offered to neighbors to deal with the adverse effects of this is the good neighbor statement of operations, which is in quotes, intended to document expectations and how the site is managed between the property owner, city, and neighborhood, and is enforceable by the city. The applicant's lease relies largely on existing city regulations like occupancy limitations, the noise ordinance, and the trash ordinance. Enforcement is complaint-based and difficult to prove in an apartment complex with 16 units. Complaint-based enforcement means neighbors must call the police and convince the responding officer to write a ticket. If violations persist, neighbors must spend an inordinate amount of time documenting their violations so a city official will open a case. Some violations, particularly noise, are time sensitive. My Boulder rental instructs neighbors to call or email the on-call property manager who will, in quotes, respond to our acknowledged complaints within 24 hours or the next business day. That is no help when loud music wakes your children at 2 a.m. The applicant offers to consider neighbors' complaints and send those to the city's mediation services if they are not resolved. It's clear the applicant expects the city and the neighborhood to manage the site. Neighbors would monitor the proposed apartment complex, and tenants and the city would be responsible for enforcement. And we do want affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, next up will be Zachary again, followed by Victoria Johns, followed by Charlie Alaima. And I apologize for my pronunciation of names, or I'm sure mispronunciation. All right. So Zachary, you may unmute. There you go.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi there, my name is Zachary again, and I'm a student of the university. I live on 990 14th Street, so about a block and a half down from the property. Again, thank you guys for your time, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. As a current student at CU, I support the restoration of 891 12th Street. I'll start by saying this, and I'll keep it brief for you guys. The Hill needs more spaces like this. They simply don't exist yet, and as the university grows, they are absolutely needed. The quality of the past projects should speak for themselves, as they've transformed worn out frat houses to beautiful living spaces, all while keeping original historic roots of the building. These past projects have greatly improved the sense of community around the Hill, and I'm excited to see positive changes proposed for the 12th Street neighborhood. That's really all I have, but I'd ask that you strongly consider supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. Next up is Victoria Johns, followed by Charlie Alaimo. Victoria, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm Victoria Johns. I live at 845 12th Street, and I would just like to echo the comments of my dear neighbours about the impact that this project will have on our lives and our homes and our families. It's disingenuous to say this is not going to have a negative impact in terms of noise, particularly parking. If there's going to be 48 people living there, in theory, there'll be 48 cars plus all their guests, and then each resident probably gets two guest parking passes. So now you've got, I've been doing the math, potentially 150 cars. It's insane. There won't be parking. There'll be noise or people charging up and down the alley. So I really urge you to preserve our homes, our families, this low density neighborhood that we have loved and lived in for most of us 20 to 25 years. It's a lovely place to be, and this would change it irreparably forever. And I mean, I think it's lovely that there are so many students that are so into the architecture and restoring a beautiful place. But amongst our neighbors, we're also all heard someone saying that they received their $100 for doing their job. So I'm hoping that the city attorney is actually looking into what was really going on much of this call. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Victoria. Next up is Charlie Alaimo. Charlie, you can go ahead. And then they'll be followed by Steve Ratterman.
All right. Hi there. My name is Charlie Alimo. I've lived about a block away from Marpa House for 16 years, almost my whole life. I am both a resident of the neighborhood who is not a student, and I am emphatically in favor of this proposal. Not allowing this housing will make Boulder a less affordable place to live, and I think it's a regressive policy to take, and will through the basic kind of principle of supply and demand, the more housing, especially for like rental housing that we make available for people in Boulder, which has really high prices, higher the supply is, the lower the price will be. And I also, having lived here for a really long time, don't think it'll significantly change the character or ruin or ravish or like irreversibly destroy the neighborhood. I don't think it will affect parking or noise any much more than the students who are already here on the hill, which is a student neighborhood. I don't think will change anything significantly. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Next up is Steve Ratterman, followed by Stephen Clark. Stevie, there you go.
Thanks, Jean. My name is Steve Ratterman. I am not a resident of Boulder. I'm actually representing Pi Beta Phi this evening, who is directly across the alley from the Marpa House, has been noted. We would just like to say that while we would love to see the property improved and restored, as has been noted, we do have some concerns about it being student housing. Many of the residents of the Hill District have already mentioned the property owner's past experience, I guess, with behavioral issues of his tenants, which kind of negates the good neighbor policy that was outlined in his presentation. It seems to us that at the end of the day, if he was that concerned about his the neighbors and his neighborhood, that his properties would not, his other properties would already be exhibiting better outcomes than what they currently do. So that is our chief concern. You know, the idea of family housing or professional housing, some other sort of apartment type residency would, you know, probably fit better in the neighborhood as well. But again, our major concern, especially with it being at our back door, is the concern related to behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'd just like to remind folks that we do ask for folks to have a full name associated with their title to address the board. So I'm seeing a Jay's iPad. So Jay, if you could let me know your last name, I can put it in, or if you can change your name, that'd be great. Okay, next up we have Stephen Clark and then Callie Riand. Stephen Clark, you may go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Hello?
Turn the volume up. I can hear you.
Hi there, can you hear me? Sorry, all right, I got some head shakes, that's promising. Hey, my name is Stephen Clark. I live at 942 9th Street. I've been a Hill resident for 7 years, and I'm also part of the University Hill Neighborhood Association Executive Committee. I appreciate everyone being here on the call tonight. It is always interesting to hear all sides of the story. What I'm interested in is, as we've all heard tonight, one of the many resounding neighborhood concerns is the gradual loss of diversity within one of Boulder's oldest historic neighborhoods. As a means to encourage diversity of the project, this is assuming everything goes through, will the will or is the planning board able to support foregoing the cash in lieu component and require the permanently affordable component to be constructed amongst the other units? This is something new that kind of popped up to me, but I heard other residents kind of mentioning, there's always a concern about affordability being within the neighborhood, and it's just something that might bring in diversification, not necessarily saying a working professional or a student or anyone. It's pretty much for all, at least that one unit would be. So I'm not sure if this is the right place to be asking for something like that, but it's just an idea to kind of throw out there. Since the money up front, the 500 and however many thousand is like 570,000, that they can quickly just pay off and move on and just leave the neighborhood with whatever they ultimately decide, instead of allowing some form of the affordability component to remain. Thank you again for your time. My name is Stephen Clark.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up is Callie Rian. Callie, you can go ahead. Almost. Let's see. There we go.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you so much. My name is Callie Wyant, and my husband and I have lived on the Hill for more than 20 years. First, I just want to thank Planning Board for being here tonight. I know it's a long night, and I had some prepared comments that I'm not sure I'm going to share tonight, and I just ask that you look at the 400 pages of submissions that are by concerned neighbors. And I think as you look at this issue and we look at Boulder as a whole, the city of Boulder has decided that this is a low density neighborhood. And as a result of that, we really need to ensure that that is protected. And as you can see from the developer's application, the proposal is incompatible with the surrounding low density neighborhood. It would increase the degree of nonconformity. It would have a significant negative impact on the use of nearby properties, and it would change the predominant character of the surrounding area. And just a few factual things. The applicant in their presentation showed some rental properties, and one of the largest green boxes of rental properties is the Academy Retirement Home. So these green boxes are not all equivalent. The second thing, the applicant showed a picture in their presentation of what Marpa House looked like in 2020. That was actually after they had purchased it and let it go into disrepair. So that's not what the Marpa House looked like in 2019. And I think as maybe you can tell, that so many people on this call seem to have just come up out of the woodwork. And I urge Planning Board to please consider the submissions that were thoughtful and sent in by surrounding neighbors. And lastly, the loss of Marpa House is not just the neighborhood, it will impact the city of Boulder and one residential neighborhood for all time. And then I guess finally, I would encourage you all to walk the neighborhood just so you get a full understanding of what we're talking about. I think the applicant's characterization of the neighborhood has not been very accurate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Callie. Okay, next up is Jay Matson, followed by Lynn Siegel, followed by Stacy Apple. Jay, you may go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I just want to put in the record, my name's Jay Matson. I live at 1101 Aurora Avenue. I live right across the street from the Marpa House, north of the Marpa House, and also the sorority. But I want to say something in the record that I did hear distinctively that a woman earlier say, I did my part and earned my $100. So I've lived in my house for 28 years, and I have a distinct knowledge about the parking issues here. I am not in favor of this development because we're taking a non-conforming building and making it more non-conforming. My problem with part of the parking is that when the sorority is full, we have 70 cars in our neighborhood. And those cars drift over into Aurora Avenue into 12th Street from 11th Street. The idea that we're going to have another 48 potential cars in our neighborhood is a density bomb. It's just unsustainable in our neighborhood to stay as a low density residential neighborhood. And they're supposed to have 33 car spots on site off the street, and they're not only providing 6 or 7. I also wanted to have some objections to the Fox Tuttle study that they're relying on about the traffic survey. I read that, and one of the passages that I have to quote is, they say that there's infrequently used 132 on-street stalls. Well, I sure would like to know where they're at, because I've had some dinner guests that they've had to walk a block and a half away from my house to have dinner at our house. My other problem is the potential noise from this development. There's going to be 16 separate apartments and basically impossible to enforce the noise ordinance. They're also going to have air conditioning on the roof. And that's basically making a low use group home into a commercial building. We're going to have noise in my house from the air conditioning units at night. And my concern is, if you grant this a project approval, then the sorority next door might want to ask for their own air conditioning. And then we have that whole kind of thing take over, that 12th Street becomes commercialized, people sell their homes, they become rental units. And also the patio possibly making noise. If you have boys there with 80 girls next door, it's going to be like bees to honey. The boys are going to want to impress the girls, and there's going to be parties, and there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. And the last thing I want to say is that in the 28 years, I have met some incredibly nice people that lived at the Marpa House. We had diversity in this city at the Marpa House. We had people who cared about Boulder. And I personally think the best use for the building is a group home, and that could be potentially not necessarily low income, but something that would offer some group living, that have offered diversity, because we talk about it in Boulder all the time. And I think changing it into a 16-unit expensive apartments with kids that are wanting to drink and party, and expensive cars and no parking for them will not fit our neighborhood. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up is Lynn Siegel, followed by Stacy Apple, followed by Steve Kelton. Then you can go ahead.
I don't live in this neighborhood. I live at 6th and Dewey. My dad went
I'm upset.
to
I'm upset. He said, I am total support of this project. It's not going to change our neighborhood at all. He said, and we need housing for college.
Hey, Gene, can you mute?
I'm trying to. Yeah, I think we got it.
Yeah, I think I muted it.
All right, thank you.
this is
Can we put 3 minutes back on Lynn's clock?
Yep, starting over. There you go.
Go ahead, Lynn.
it seems after this planning board meeting tonight, you could write a novel about what went on here tonight. It's private investigators, lawsuits. That's someone that I've got to write this thing about the Kent annexation before midnight tonight. So as soon as I get done with this meeting, I've got other things to do. But in any case, I don't live here. My dad went to school here. My brother went to school here. My son went to school here at CU. The academy, the person that brought up the academy reminds me of 311 in my neighborhood. This is a cash cow. for John Kirkland, who has a picture of his kid and a balloon for her party, and I'm unimpressed. I knew about the corruption that happened with Marpa House. Actually, one of my brothers, and I have two, lived at Marpa House for 10 years. This is just by chance. You know, it's by chance that it happens to be in my interest 311, which I tried to stop unsuccessfully. And now you're making deals, covenant deals, the city, the council is, with Macy's, putting community benefit in a project that will drive up housing costs in Boulder, with office space of 95% and retail space of 5%, which is stunning that something like this can go through. And the same goes with Marpa House. Clearly, it's increasing the non-conformity of the neighborhood. The fact that people said, I mean, clearly people were paid to speak tonight, many people. The fact that this was a dilapidated place, it was not, like this one woman said lately, it was a great place. They had beautiful landscaping there. And then when John came in and rented it out to the students, their crime rate went up. This is what the problem is with CU South. CU, with driving more students into this community, Boulder's taking 35,000 people in a town of 100,000. Denver has, they have 15,000 people and 2.8 million. And you're shoehorning students in here. No wonder there's the problems that there are here. Ironically, John talks about the other places he has along here, the ring of fire, different kinds of wood. This one's the ash. This one is a no-go. This one needs to be a communal home, which is what it was, a communal home, not a boarding house. It was high quality Naropa people and
can you wrap up?
Buddhist community. Let's see. Oh, one other thing, 3 bedrooms per unit. Let's go to the Olive, at the liquor mart. There's 260 square foot per efficient living unit there, and there's 1 car per person there. But at least they're going to have to pay some money for their own kitchen. Here, they share a kitchen. This guy is here for one thing: extortion, pure extortion.
Hey, Lynn, you're over time. You got to move on.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, next up is Stacy Apple. Stacy, you may unmute.
Hi, unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello. Well, thank you, Planning Board. I know it's a long evening, but my name is Stacy Silverstein Apple. My husband and I live at 805 16th Street, so just a few blocks from the Marpa House, and I'm also a member of the Neighborhood Executive Committee. My husband and I moved to Uni Hill neighborhood 6 years ago. We specifically chose to live in an area that was zoned as low density. And while there are certainly some rentals around us, student rentals, we moved into our home with the expectation that the city would uphold its zoning criteria. And if changes were permitted, these changes would, and I use the city's own words, not adversely affect the traffic and the environment of the surrounding area. And while Marpa House operated with non-conforming use status, it was really the epitome of a good neighbor. The folks that lived there lived, as I like to call it, lightly. They had approximately 5 cars amongst them. They gardened, they meditated, they had tea in the yard. It truly was a quiet and respectful, just as one might expect from a contemplative living environment. Now I'd like you to just imagine and contrast that image with 48 CU undergraduate students. It defies logic to think that this new use will not adversely impact the environment, not only on 12th Street, but for several blocks in either direction. The noise, the traffic, the trash, it will be horrendous, and no amount of good neighboring lip service will keep it under control. I do believe that we need CU housing, and I do believe there's a a place for large scale apartment buildings, and it's called a high density area. It's not in the middle of a low density block of family homes. I urge you to please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Okay, next up is Steve Kelton, followed by Rachel McKee, followed by Jan Burton. Steve, you can go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
You can.
Oh, well, thank you everyone for your time. It's been an interesting couple hours here. I just wanted to address a couple thoughts. You know, the developer, by the way, my family, including 2 9-year-old boys, lives at 800 12th Street, right up from Marpa House, where we've spent much time previously looking at the koi ponds out front and the beautiful landscaping from the former residents there. The developer talked about the win-win of the project and this the right project at the right time. Well, if it's such a win-win, why is there all this opposition? Why there are 400 pages of comments over the last 6 to 8 months from the neighbors? It doesn't sound like a win-win to me. If it's the right project at the right time, I'm just going to suggest that it's the wrong project, and that really what we need is owner-occupied, maybe like 12 condos, for example, with a couple of those being low income. The neighbors would support that. All the neighbors support the redevelopment, I mean, the historic preservation. That's not the issue here. It's 48 college students, which Mr. Kirkland has admitted that's what the audience is. So if your standard is to decrease the nonconformity, come up here on a Friday night or a Saturday night and see the puking on the lawn and the slamming of the doors and the yelling at 2 in the morning and the speeding cars down 12th Street. And you tell me that we're going in the right direction. It's just if you don't reject this project, you will be adversely affecting the neighborhood's quality of life and reducing our property values. It's I think the economists call it kind of externality. So our problems, our pain, our costs, our burdens go to the owner's benefit. Well, anyway, I'm not sure if I just heard the tone, if that's 3 minutes, but I'm urging you to reject this. If nothing else, we're urging the board to postpone your decision until the city attorney has a chance to look at the $100, bribery per the comments. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, next up we have Rachel McKee, followed by Jan Burton, followed by Ellen Morris. Rachel, you may go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Great. Thanks for taking the time to listen to all of us. I know it's getting really late. I, like many neighbors, have been patiently weighing in on this development since the fall of 2019. And the first thing I want to say is it feels a little defeating to see so little of the community's concerns and needs reflected in staff's recommendations. I realize it's the job of the city to advocate for business owners, and developers, but it doesn't feel like we're being as equally advocated for or valued in this process. So I wanted to clarify something I heard earlier. In September of 2019, the developer did have a community meeting for the neighbors. I attended that, but we were only given 24 hours notice about this meeting. So about 5 people were able to attend. Other than that, the developer has done little to no outreach, and multiple times in the fall of 2019, I emailed them. I received no response from those emails. So I also haven't seen any significant integrations of the community's requests over this last year and a half. I heard the developer say that they've been here for everyone in the community, and that just hasn't been my experience, which to me doesn't lend any proof that they're going to interface with or consider the community in the future either. Another point, I'd like to know how we neighbors, the police, or the developer are supposed to be able to identify a problem unit out of the 16 units to even begin to enter the mediation process when problems do and certainly will occur. comparing this building to the sorority is not apples to apples, because if we ever have an issue with the sorority, they operate as one singular entity. We can walk over and talk to them. The whole house is addressed immediately. The sorority also doesn't have parties inside or outside like the developers' other properties do, which if you live over here, you walk by the other properties and they consistently do have parties. Another point is that all kinds of people love living in this neighborhood, families, professionals, students, retirees, but none of them will have the opportunity to live in this development because the developer only promotes his properties exclusively on his My Boulder Rentals website that explicitly says luxury student apartments near CU. So earlier he mentioned, I think Rob mentioned that pre-leasing is just the way that it works over here, and only students like to rent properties over here, and that's just what it is. We have a garden level apartment in our home, and we always rent it within 3 to 5 days of listing it to usually young professional or a couple. It's never pre-leased. We're 2 blocks from the 891 12th, like 2 short parallel blocks. So this isn't a norm or a necessity that things have to be rented this way. This is a landlord's choice. I just want to echo 2 things briefly, and the parking study does seem very flawed. We have 1 student house on our block with 8 units and a grandfathered triplex. 8 cars come every year with 8 students. So it's if you live here, you know pretty intimately that all of the off-campus students that have cars. And then I don't know if that beep is for me, I'll just wrap up. I want to echo what Callie said about the zoning map. Those green boxes are largely the sorority and a massive retirement home. So saying that this is a rental area is not accurate. So, this development isn't aligned with the needs, the tone, or the requests of this neighborhood. And I would really appreciate if you would consider not approving it. So thanks again for your time, you guys. I know you're hearing a lot tonight.
Thank you, Rachel. Next up is Jan Burton, followed by Ellen Morris, followed by Tom Mooney. Jan, you can go ahead.
Good evening, Planning Board, and thank you for your time on this. My name is Jan Burton, and I live directly behind the Marpa House and 1 house down. So I live directly next to the Pi-Fi house. I find it pretty telling that the Pi-Fi house is against this proposal. I would like to add to the previous person about the applicant credibility. I noticed that they kind of breezed through the 1 slide that said win for the neighborhood. I wasn't able to see any of the bullet points there, but there are a lot of factual errors in the parking and traffic studies. And I feel like they painted this, the picture that this is an area with a lot of rentals. And in fact, my house was highlighted as one. And yes, I do have a short-term rental license. And so I have Airbnb guests perhaps 45 or 60 days per year. That is nothing like 360 days of a student rental. So I think the most important thing here is what has been said over and over. This fails to meet the requirements of an expansion of non-conforming use. I walked by these, I walked down the alley, I walked by the Marpa House for years and years. These are 35 residents who are meditation gurus. They shared resources, they lived simply, they didn't have an air conditioner, they didn't have parties, they didn't have Pong, they didn't, for the most part, have cars. And what we're talking about is this developer adding an apartment complex with up to 48 wealthy out-of-state students, because that's what we see in a lot of the high-end rentals, out-of-state students. And like previous people have said, they will have cars. They will have cars. It's a pipe dream. And I'm pro-density, by the way. I think you all know that. And I'm pro-bike. But the students here don't ride bikes. I'm sorry, they just don't. They walk to campus, and then they use their cars to go to parties and skiing and all kinds of stuff. So they are not bike riders. So it's a pipe dream to think that this is going to be a big biking mecca. So I would really echo the comments from all the rest of my neighbors and encourage you to please reject this proposal. Obviously, we need student housing, but this is not the right place and the right time for an expansion of non-conforming use. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, next up is Ellen Morris. Ellen, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ellen Morris, and I live at 875 11th Street, about 1 block away from the Marpa House. And I want to join all of my neighbors who have spoken so eloquently before me in opposition of this proposed development of Marpa House. There's almost unanimous agreement of neighbors very close to Marpa House and neighbors not so close to Marpa House who are opposed to this, and I join them in that opposition. The developer has not acted in good faith to date and has been talked about by many of my other speakers. The consultation from this summer that Rob O'Day mentioned was a complete sham. It was controlled and run and facilitated by Rob. This webinar did not allow adequate input from the participants, and it was a lot of the same things he said tonight, which are not based in fact. What I find interesting is that the developer has not changed their original proposal at all. And in fact, they do not want to recognize any of the input from the neighbors, work with the neighbors to come up with a plan that works for the community. They have stood firm on their proposal. They have not changed it. And to me, that is not a good neighbor. Secondly, the good neighbor policy that they have, the paper, I agree with my other community members. How will this be enforced? We ourselves are constantly calling the police, reporting to the school, students who are not adhering to the noise or garbage or anything related to being a good neighbor. So I don't have any faith, given that this developer has acted so poorly with his other properties, that Marpa House would be any different. They stand to make about $72,000 per month from these 3-bedroom rentals, which adds up to about $875,000 per year. So to say that they don't have enough money or they don't have whatever, it is just false. So I really want to say that I oppose this. I think this is a really bad idea, a really bad precedent, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Ellen. Next up is Tom Mooney, followed by Ann Scarborough, followed by Barry McKim. Tom, you can go ahead. There you go.
Hi, my name is Thomas Mooney. I live at 905 Lincoln Place, which is just a few blocks away on Aurora, down from the Marpa House. I've had a long connection with Marpa House, seeing Lady K walking around the street with her attendant and having known her professionally for a long period of time prior to her passing. Anyway, make a long story short, it's very hard for me or any long-term Hill resident to take the applicant's statements at face value, specifically when it comes to their proposed ability to control noise, traffic, parking, and occupancy in this location. There is, as I think you'll find out, once you convert this to an ADU, there is no way to limit the population of that building to 48 people, nor the effects of what happens starting basically Thursday afternoon on the Hill through Sunday with guests and other people being invited to residences. The noise, the ability to control noise complaints, again, is a pipe dream that they're proposing as well. What they're describing is going to increase the degree of non-conforming use in this location severely. Not only are they going to change significantly the historical use of the building, but also the historical occupancy. It would have a major negative impact when I talk about those environmental issues regarding noise, traffic, and other nuisances that we know all too well on the Hill. I would echo the comments of Lisa Nelson, Mark Painter, and David Radzinser. Those statements by them are both thoughtful and complete and very articulate. I was at one of the meetings, I think the one that Rachel McKee alluded to in 2019. To be at that meeting and to have the applicant threaten the attendees that we would not like what he would do to the building if we did not go along with his proposal. It was just jaw-dropping. This is not a good neighbor, and I would strongly recommend that the board here deny the proposal in the strongest possible way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, next up is Ann Scarborough, followed by Barry McKinn, followed by Laura DeLuca. Ann, you can go ahead.
Okay, I've unmuted. I hope you can hear me. My husband Jim and I live at 735 12th Street. We've been here for 35 years. We love the neighborhood. We love our neighbors, and I'm speaking in part for some of them who are in their 80s and 90s, and they're not able to be up this late. We have long worked together to promote the neighborhood feeling that we have here. And I doubt very much that I would be able to have a neighborhood connection with the residents of Marpa House as this proposal is being advanced. I would like to, but I know students are not so interested in dealing with older people and, you know, having that kind of connection. I think it's a hard decision for you because, for the members of the board, because we do need housing for students, but we don't need it right here. We don't need to change this neighborhood. I urge you to consider what Sue Ellen Harrison said about Aurora being kind of a demarcation line. And if you bring students in great numbers south of Aurora, right in our little neighborhood, you're just changing it forever. I think you should keep that in mind in making your decision. I also, well, there's so much to say. I understand the woman who spoke who wants a nice place for her children to live while they're going to university, but there are other neighborhood rentals that they can find. I just don't think you should have this property turned into a dormitory or to a posh residential area for students at the expense of ruining the single housing neighborhood that we have now. I didn't write out any remarks. I love the remarks of Lisa Nelson, Hope Michelson, David Kutzinger, Daniel Harberger, and those are in your record, and I urge you to consider very carefully what those people said. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ann. Next up is Barry McKinn, followed by Laura DeLuca, followed by Jaime Miller. Barry, you may go ahead. Let's see. Barry, can you unmute? There we go.
Hello, I first came to Boulder 37 years ago. My partner and I have a house 9 houses away from the Marpa House. And we were relieved when we heard who bought the Marpa House, in the sense that we were afraid someone would buy it, put a paint job on it and rent it out with no improvements whatsoever. And we feel like the neighborhood needs the improvements. It needs to be updated. And we'd also heard about all the rumors and lawsuits and ongoing criminal investigations about sexual misconduct and the things that went on at the Marpa House with the previous tenants. That bothered us when we were there, thinking that was going on that close to our house. We accept students, or whoever eventually lives in the house, we accept them. Boulder is the University of Colorado. It's not just Boulder. It's made because of the University of Colorado. Its value is because of the University of Colorado and its students. Anyone living on the hill in Boulder who doesn't think they will be impacted by students, both positively and negatively, are the same people who buy a house on a golf course and complain they have golf balls in their backyard. The way students have been spoken of tonight is so far from accepting and loving, I'm shocked it was even mentioned in Boulder the way they've been talked about. Talked about being entitled and wealthy out-of-state students. Like that's a bad thing. And it's being said by people that live right by me across the street in $2 million houses, but yet wealth is a bad thing. I don't understand. I'm very confused. The diversity that would be added to our neighborhood with this project would bring a needed dose of reality to everybody. It's crazy to hear the talk and the hate that I've heard towards students. All of us were that age at one point. We hope our kids get to that age and have a great college experience, but yet it sounds like we want it as long as it's not in our neighborhood, in a place that might be a good place to live. And it'd be a lot nicer place than the dumps that they're letting people live in closer to the campus on the hill. I hope you embrace this project. I hope it gets 48 students out of the crappy dump holes that are within a block or two of the place that people are selling for $2 million that should be condemned, and Boulder lets people live there. Let's let a guy build a nice place and have some nice students live there. And you need to realize when they talk about complaints from the police or the calls, those calls are coming from the apartment next door, the apartment below them. They're not coming from houses across the street like you guys, like the people are across the street now. And you're talking about 4 buildings that they said had 60 calls in a year. Sure, 0 would be perfect. But when someone's trying to study it late at night and someone's above and making noise and they're walking, that's probably who's getting called. It's not because they're blaring their parties and bothering people 2 and 3 blocks away. Those get shut down really quick everywhere in Boulder, and they would get shut down on that spot too. So I support it. I hope you embrace it. We hope it comes to our neighborhood and kind of brings everybody back down to the fact that it is a good place to live and there'll be more people enjoying it that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Barry. Next up is Laura DeLuca, followed by Henry Miller. Laura, are you able to unmute? There you go.
Hello, Planning Board. Wow, thank you so much for being here so late. Wow, Barry, I agree with so much of what you have to say. I am a faculty member. I'm an anthropologist. I moved here. My realtor steered me away from this place multiple times. She literally was like, "You want to live here?" She showed us places in North Boulder and South Boulder that were super quiet. I'm like, nope. I used to live in New Jersey before I moved here, and I, spent a lot of time in New York. This is a pretty quiet place. I used to visit my friend at Columbia Medical School where there were like fire engines going off all night long. I've embraced the Hill. We've had babysitters from Pi Phi. I've had CWA, Conference on World Affairs parties. I love this place. Couple broken bottles of vodka once in a while. I just turn my white noise on. Yes, the dog barks in the middle of the night when the fireworks go off 3 or 4 times a week. Guess what? I have insomnia anyway. I'm almost always up anyway. I like the cultural opportunities that it's afforded my kids to be able to go see Paul Farmer and music. Love it. But I do not think this is the best use. Yes, you could do a cost benefit analysis. From a heart qualitative perspective as a neighbor, I would like to see a different kind of diversity. I would love to see like refugee housing. I would love to see, we talk about economic diversity in Boulder, but what about racial diversity? That's a point that we're really, really weak on. I just went to Black in Boulder over the weekend, Martin Luther King event, and it was pretty horrific to hear the stories. Now, it wasn't like all bad either. There was also Black joy in Boulder. It wasn't all bad, but I would just like to see more diversity. I don't think an elite student housing unit, maybe elite, who cares if it's elite? I just don't think it's a great use of the Hill space. So I live at 916 11th Street, a couple blocks away. I used to go to the Marpa House and meditate. They were very welcoming neighbors. I would like to see a more creative use. I think low income housing would be the bomb. I would love that. I would support it. I would work for it. But an elite, an expensive apartment unit is just really not the best use. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being there. Thank you for bearing witness to all these stories. I know it must be confusing as the planning board. I just really appreciate your energy and your time and your concern. I just taught a night class and I came over here and I really didn't know if I could get on and make it for a couple more hours, but I'm so grateful to all of you for speaking your truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, next up is, I think I mentioned Jaime Miller was not able to raise hand, so, and I'm probably, Jaime, Jamie, and then followed by Liz Hanson after that. There we go. Jaime, were you able to unmute?
I was, thank you.
Jamie, I'm sorry.
Yes, no problem. My name is Jamie Miller, and I've lived at 811 15th Street since 2012. My husband and I are parents to 2 young children, and we choose to make the Hill home for our young family. We bike or drive past the Marpa House daily when taking our kiddos to preschool and Flatirons Elementary School. And I was compelled to participate tonight based on our love of this community and our great concern for how the proposed development will negatively impact the nearby neighborhood. The current proposal, it will take the existing building and make it more non-conforming in a low-density residential area. The noise, increased density, and increased parking requirements are of great concern, and they're definitely inconsistent with this particular neighborhood. And as many people have mentioned, the area south of Aurora is definitely a different neighborhood than a few blocks to the north. And when you live here, you understand that. And my hope is that the planning board has heard that enough tonight to understand that there is great difference, even by a couple blocks on the hill. You've heard the concerns of families like ours who make up the fabric of the neighborhood, who strongly reject the proposal. And I hope the planning board will consider the voices of the many community members you've heard from and reject this use review proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, okay, let me just stop that. Next up is Liz Hanson. Liz, you may go ahead.
Great, can you hear me?
You can.
Good evening, planning board members. My name is Elizabeth Hanson. I live at 3930 Darley Avenue in Boulder, and I'm a senior planner with Holland and Hart, which represents several of the nearby neighbors. Until 2016, I was a City of Boulder employee for 30 years. I've attended literally hundreds and hundreds of public meetings. Tonight, I'm speaking because I am very upset at the possibility that people are being paid to speak in support of this application. Frankly, I've never experienced this. But I too heard an unmuted speaker say, I did my thing, I earned my $100. And after hearing so many obviously scripted comments by people who did not give their address, we wondered who they are. We looked up on the Boulder County Property Ownership website and found that several speakers live on the same street in Heatherwood and Gun Barrel. And in fact, it's the same street where the applicant's presenter, Rob O'Day, also has an address. So I'm hoping you're listening to the neighborhood's residents who would surely be impacted by this proposal, and that you give appropriate weight to the applicant's supporters tonight. Now, I know the non-conforming use review criteria really well. I've studied this application in detail. It is not compatible with the RL1 single-family neighborhood. It does not fit the character. And the multitude of impacts that would certainly occur are clearly evident. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, I had one other person in the chat. So Isabel, Oliveira Morales, let's see if we can get you unmuted so that you can share your comments directly. She indicated that she was having difficulty with her microphone. Isabel, are you still here? Oh, there we go. Oh, I see you as unmuted. You can go ahead. Okay, perhaps there is difficulty with the microphone. She sent me 3 sentences in the chat. Harmon, if you're amenable, I can read those, or you just let me know what I should do.
Yeah, if that's the only way that she can make her public comment, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not, she is unmuted, but we can't hear anything.
Just remind that, we don't use the chat for any substantive comment in planning board hearings because it would create a parallel record. And we're not really supposed to be looking at, people's comments. Folks get a chance to make a public comment. They get 3 minutes, they get 1 chance. And the rules are the same for everyone. But in this case, Jean's just going to read this into the record because we're having technical issues. So thanks, Jean.
Okay, here we go. This is Isabel Oliveira Morales, and I reside at 971 Lincoln Place on the Hill. This project is targeted at students who are a temporary population. Neighborhood residents should not feel like they will be pushed out of their homes by noise and congestion. Uni Hill is overrun by landlords who are making a mint from student housing while doing little to upkeep their properties. Affordable housing would be a more appropriate use of Marpa House. And then, okay, if there is anyone else who would like to address the board, if they could please raise their hand now. And as Harmon said, if we could not use the chat for non-technical issues, that would be best for this meeting. All right, I am seeing no more hands, nor anything else in the chat.
Okay, well, we'll give another 5 seconds. And if you don't see anything, I'm going to close public comment. Okay, so public comments closed. And from now on, what we're going to be doing is giving the applicant 3 minutes to rebut. And then we're going to deliberate as a board and hopefully render a decision before too long. I think we should have a break after the 3-minute rebuttal and before we start deliberating. So Sloan, if you want to queue up the applicant in case they want to make any rebuttals, now would be the time.
Hi, we're here. Can you hear us? Can you start the video?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. I first just want to say very clearly for the record, I'm offended at the notion that we somehow have bought our support or anything else. And frankly, it's insulting. I think it's a unfortunate outcome of these meetings where you can't see who's presenting or who's who. It's unfortunate for the process, and that's all I'll say about it. The irony of being accused, though, by the 3rd attorney from the same law firm in town who's being paid to be here to represent a collection of clients isn't lost on me in the process, though. I think it's unfortunate. I just want to go back real quickly. We appreciate a lot of the comments. We're happy to answer any more clarifying questions. I just want to point out one of the themes that we heard throughout our involvement in the neighborhood, and it was extensive, has been recognized by City Council through the landmarking process, where Rachel Friend sponsored a motion that was approved by Council to put a plaque on the front of this building that celebrates and recognizes the victims who suffered, pretty unfortunate outcomes at this building that precipitated its sale. This building was previously owned by a willing seller who sold to a willing buyer between two parties. And we've worked extremely constructively to come up with the very possible best use that we can come up with for this. And we have a fantastic project that we believe is, in fact, absolutely moving closer to conformance, and in doing so in very close partnership with staff over the last 20 months as we've been planning this, very close collaboration with the Landmarks Board. And look, we asked staff for the recommendations for our public meetings as the best facilitator. We used staff's recommendation. We held a 3.5-hour public meeting, and we were punished in the comments for holding a meeting that went too long. On the parking and traffic issue, we used the city's own consultant on the Chautauqua area plan, Fox Tuttle, because they have the best data, and their data is what drove our analysis and staff's suggestion of a passing of this application. So again, happy to answer any questions, and I'll close precisely where I started, which is thank you guys for doing this as volunteers. No good deed will go unpunished these days, it seems. Thanks. Appreciate your patience, and happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Well, not anticipating any questions from the board. Okay, then we'll take a 5-minute break. Come on back at 10:23, and we will start deliberating then.
Hey, John, is it Friday yet?
Must be close.
Feeling
It's
good.
It's Friday somewhere, Peter.
That's right. Big week.
Yes.
So, I've been reading a sci-fi trilogy lately, and it's hard to tell what's real anymore.
What are you reading?
The Three-Body Problem.
Oh, I don't know who wrote it.
The Chinese sci-fi writer, and it's been translated into English lately, and now it's going to be made into a movie apparently.
Oh, wow.
Pretty sprawling.
Interesting.
It's captivating. If you like the genre.
How do
you like the translation?
Excuse me?
How do you like the translation? Like, do you feel like you're reading it and you can like tell it's a translation, or does it kind of fade into the background?
I don't notice. Yeah. I don't know.
I do some work in China, Peter, and some of my colleagues there were raving about it. Interesting to know that it's been translated.
It's great. I love it. I like the genre, and I love the book.
Yeah.
But it is affecting my perception of reality, which is a sign of a good book.
Okay. Hate to break up that discussion. Any talk about books is usually worthwhile. But we better get started in our deliberations. It's late, but I think we can do it. And so I think we'll just start with the first key issue, which is, does the proposal meet the criteria for the expansion of a non-conforming use in the use review criteria? I'm happy to just take a hand. Anybody want to start off? Okay, John?
Yeah, to me, it seems that this proposal does not meet the criteria. I think that rather than diminishing the incompatibility or the manner in which this area interacts with its surrounding and neighborhood and the zoning underlying it, that this proposal increases that incompatibility. And for that reason, I think it should be rejected.
Other thoughts, Sarah?
I agree with John, and I have a whole long written out explanation for my position, which I won't bore you all with, but essentially my read
Sarah,
on this.
Can I stop you for a second? It doesn't hurt if you have a statement that addresses the criteria.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt for you to get that in the record.
Okay.
And we're 4 hours into a public hearing, so I don't mind listening to you for 5 minutes.
Okay, then I will go ahead and read it. All righty. So this proposal expands the non-conforming use of Marpa House / Ash House. So for me, the question is, does the application meet all of the criteria in 9-2-15E and F? My take on this proposal is that the application does not meet 9-2-15F1 reasonable measures, particularly with regard to noise pollution and on-street parking. Per noise pollution, it's clear that the neighbors are concerned that the transition of this non-conforming use from a contemplative retreat with 35 residents to what is most likely student housing with 48 residents at a minimum will result in significant encroachment of student-related noise into what neighbors consider a relatively quiet owner-occupied street. This seems like a realistic concern. Per on-street parking, neighbors are also concerned that housing a minimum of 48 individuals in these 16 units will bring far more cars than street parking allows. And I share the neighbors' frustration that the applicant's use of statistics that they're increasing parking by 50% is a bit misleading, as the applicant's increasing parking from 6 to 9 spots, which, while yes, that's a 50% increase, it's not actually a very significant increase in off-street parking. But at the same time, increasing the number of residents from 35 to 48. Those additional three spots are enough. And importantly, the application fails to meet the parking requirements as established in 9-96 table 1 for the RL zone, which requires 2 off-street parking spots for a 3-bedroom dwelling unit, or 9-96 table 9-2 parking requirements for existing duplexes or multifamily dwelling units in the RL1 zone, which require the greater of 1.5 spaces or the number of spaces required when the units were established. I would also argue that this does not meet 9-2-15F2, the reduction in nonconformity improvement of appearance, which states the proposed change or expansion will either reduce the degree of nonconformity of the use or improve the physical appearance of the structure or site without increasing the degree of nonconformity. Unfortunately, this criteria, the without increasing the degree of nonconformity, does not seem to me to be met. So that's my take on it.
Thanks for all of that. Any other thoughts, comments? Lupita.
I have to unmute first, make sure that I did. Well, I think both John and Sarah, especially Sarah, was listing all these things. I have my list, but basically about the same thing. My biggest concern is about this increasing the nonconformity as opposed to decreasing it. It is also, the situation with the parking is not improving. And yeah, it's unfortunate that the way the numbers work out, you can look at a positive when in reality it's a negative. So there's always information in the details that we need to dig into. So I'm glad that some of these things were, like I said, Sarah did a good job just kind of pointing out some of those things. One of the things that I really concern me that goes beyond that is also the changing of the character, and in particular with the neighbors who have come to voice the difference in what they have experienced before with previous tenants and how they expect things to happen moving forward with the new kind of tenants that we'll have. So I'm sympathetic to that. I think that I'd like to hear about any other arguments that maybe my colleagues here may have that I might have missed, but I think the project itself was not necessarily very creative in the way that this beautiful house or building could have been used. Our city requires, well, not requires, but our city needs a lot of housing to address the imbalance that we have. And there were a couple of speakers who spoke about the possibility of this being good options for young professionals, not necessarily for students. I don't think we went very far with that discussion, but certainly there are other ways that this property could have been used, maybe, that could address some more dire needs that we have in this city, which I think anybody who's paying attention knows what those are. But anyways, I'd like to hear a little bit more from my colleagues and see where we go. But I'm right now, I'm really not very much in favor of this project.
Okay. Any of Lupita's colleagues interested? Let me give Hella, if she popped on her video for a reason, a chance to weigh in.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that you speak very clearly. When you speak about the criterion that talks about reduction in nonconformity or improvement of appearance, that criterion requires either that the proposed change or expansion will reduce the degree of nonconformity of the use or improve the physical appearance of the structure or site without increasing the degree of nonconformity. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood then it's not required that there is a decrease in nonconformity. That criterion can also be met by keeping it the same, not increasing the nonconformity, and at the same time improving the physical appearance.
Hella, Harmon,
Peter, you want to follow up with Hella?
I wanted to ask a clarification. So if the baseline is where it was with MARPA, then it's not required that it decrease. But if it increases, then that is a satisfactory, defensible interpretation of the criteria.
Can you say that again?
If it increases, that is a supportable criterion.
If the nonconformity increases, if that's what you find, then the use review criteria are not met and you have to deny.
Okay.
If you find that there is no increase and the site has been improved, the physical appearance of the site has been improved, then that criterion would be met.
Thank you.
I think David has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you for waiting, David. I have a puzzle with the code, but you go ahead and speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to throw around a few ideas. Sarah, that was really, really great that you went into the criteria so deeply. I do question whether we can say that that we're actually increasing the nonconformity by comparing it with the contemplative retreat concept, because that doesn't speak to the fact that there are 50 rental licenses associated with the property, and so it's not clear to me that just because the neighbors felt happy with who happened to be living there for a particular period of time, if it had been used to its fullest extent, it still would have been within its non-conformant parameters. So that worries me just a little bit about whether we can consider that the fact that it just so happened that people felt that these neighbors were not very impactful because of the nature of how they lived and what they were doing, whether that is a criteria by which we would say that we're moving away from that inconformity. So when I think about that, I also think that, okay, well, if we don't, if there are no changes to the use, approved use on this property, we are still left with the 50 rental licenses. And my understanding is that this property has been offered up for people to rent it under the current configuration. And I don't mean to, I know that one person felt that they were being threatened by what might happen if nothing goes forward, but it is true that if you don't consider a possible improvement, which I think in some ways this would be an improvement, you can end up with worse outcomes. So I just want to examine whether, you know, just because under the current configuration that was so well loved for so many years, that doesn't mean that we can magically make it go back to that. And so I'm just concerned that the current parameters are pretty non-conforming. And I don't see that there's a huge step in further non-conformance with what's being proposed. Now, I don't know that that means that I'm in the mood to say how I would vote on this at this point. I'd really like to hear what everybody says. It's a tough one. The fact that there are traffic concerns is valid. The network or the MPP in Boulder is very inflexible and needs to be rewritten. It's supposed to be rewritten. But right now, I don't know if we could impose a condition that would say, oh, well, we're going to limit it to only, you know, one permit, one visitor permit per unit instead of two, or you know, try to reduce the MPP. I don't think that we're allowed to do that because the MPP is just a program kind of in and of itself. But there's something we could look at if we wanted to try to make this work. Certainly EcoPass for residents would be something to consider to try to discourage car usage. Yeah, the other thing I just want to point out is that, and I know this isn't really in our, well, it is in our criteria. We are getting inclusionary housing because of there are additional dwelling units embedded in this. That is a benefit. It would be great if the applicant would have maybe considered making this on-site affordable, because I think this location would be amazing for on-site affordable, but we don't have the ability to negotiate on that. The inclusionary housing program offers the applicant either cash in lieu or on-site. So, so we just can say that it's great that we get inclusionary housing benefits. And I can also say, in my opinion, it would be lovely to see on-site here and just see if perhaps anything happens with that. Shake the tree a little bit. And so those are my thoughts. So I'm kind of just listening to what everybody has to say at this point.
You know, David, just to what you said kind of raises an issue for me where, you know, I think we don't feel any compunction about mandating that a housing co-op limit the number of cars that are owned by its tenant or its tenants or part owners. It's a discretionary permit, and as a way to limit the impact of multiple cars for a 15 unit or 15 resident co-op, we don't have a problem making the co-op sign an agreement that says they're only going to have 4 cars among their 15 units or 15 residents. But you know, we seem to be allergic to doing that when it's 48 students, and this is a discretionary permit too. So you know, we're entitled to impose conditions to make this use compliant with the needs of the neighborhood. That's the purpose of this use review. It's specifically allowed. So, you know, there's that. There's certainly the EcoPass concept, but I wouldn't necessarily shy away from those types of conditions. John?
Yeah, a couple thoughts. One regarding the EcoPass. I'm not sure how useful that is if it's all CU students living here where they get an EcoPass from CU. So I think it's a nice concept, but I'm not sure it has much practical application here in terms of people's behavior. But with respect to limiting the number of cars that can be associated with folks living here, I think that is a concept that should be explored further. But there's another aspect also that I think we need to be aware of with respect to the compatibility and consistency with the neighborhood. And that is, when this was a fraternity, there was presumably a house mother or a house father who took responsibility for dealing with people's behavior on site. And that's not what is being proposed here. The applicant has mentioned having an office, 3 blocks away on the hill or something, then responding within 24 hours or something of the sort like that to complaints. And I think that is significantly different from the standard manner in which, a fraternity or sorority operates, in which there was on-site supervision and response, immediate response possible to problems. And I think that is a very significant factor.
Anybody else?
Going on the concept of conditions, parking, number of cars, requirement of an on-site manager, going off of John's last comment, strengthening the good neighbor agreement heavily. Just those 3 would be absolute requirements for me. Otherwise, I'm in agreement with John and Sarah and Lupita. And the list of conditions could go on in terms of noise levels, what triggers. I guess that would be contained in the good neighbor agreement. A lot would be contained in that good neighbor agreement. I can think of other uses that would not increase the incompatibility. And what's proposed is not persuasive to me as it stands. So I'm saying that I agree with John and Sarah and Lupita, and that I also would go in the vein of conditions, which I don't know if it's even necessary to go in that direction.
So I just want to point out what I consider to be a really problematic inconsistency with the code. When you look at nonconformance standards in Chapter 10 of Title 9, in 910.3 C2, nonconforming uses, standards for changes to nonconforming uses. It says the city manager will grant a request for a change of use, which is the replacement of one nonconforming use with another, if the modified new use does not constitute an expansion of a nonconforming use. Any other change of use that constitutes an expansion of a nonconforming use must be reviewed under the procedures of 9215 use review. So it's nonsensical to think that an expansion of a nonconforming use is an automatic death knell for an application, because it specifically says in the code that expansions of nonconforming uses get reviewed under site review. And Boulder has long been one of the most liberal jurisdictions when it comes to expansion of a nonconforming use. Most other jurisdictions in America simply say no expansion of nonconforming use, period. And if Boulder wanted to be like all those other jurisdictions and simply disallow expansions of nonconforming uses, we wouldn't have an entire procedure to run a project through a use review where an expansion of a nonconforming use is being proposed. And there's all that happy language in the purpose section of the nonconforming use that says that we're supposed to be allowing for certain expansions of nonconforming uses in the name of not letting old nonconforming properties go to rack and ruin. You have to give them a chance to do something, or people just keep using a nonconforming use forever until it runs out its useful life. So I'm really very much against this concept that any expansion of a nonconforming use kills this project. And I think we have a problem in the way the criteria are written in 9215 that really needs to be corrected. I'm looking at this project from the perspective of, does it meet the use review criteria around neighborhood compatibility?
Could you go on?
Want to hear more?
Jumping in, could you go on in that vein and take us into that discussion, perhaps?
So, if you look at the criteria, in that F1.2, the reduction in nonconformity, improvement of appearance, we're supposed to find that all of the following criteria are met, and there are, I think, 6 of them. And so the second one says the proposed change or expansion will either reduce the degree of nonconformity of the use or improve the physical appearance of the structure or the site without increasing the degree of nonconformity. So that one subparagraph says you can never increase the degree of nonconformity, because if you do, you fail to meet one of those 6 criteria that you have to meet. Well, it totally flies in the face of the whole section in the code that says we're supposed to be allowed to increase nonconformity if the site review criteria are met. So I'm saying I'm disregarding F2 in my analysis, and I'm really looking at the other site review criteria.
Harmon, can I interrupt?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to disagree about this or not.
I just wanted to tell you how staff has been for many years now interpreting that section. And when you look at what the degree of nonconformity is, the interpretation has been that you look at if it's parking, is the parking nonconformity getting worse? So you look at what the requirements are. Is there less consistency with the requirements? Is the density increasing? So it goes directly to what's actually defined as the non-conforming use. That's how it's been interpreted for the last few years. So it's not necessarily inconsistent with the rest of the criteria, because you could have, for example, you can have an increase in floor area for up to 10%. Floor area doesn't really talk about parking, right? So that change wouldn't increase the nonconformity in parking, because parking standards are not based on floor area. So there can be expansions that are different from the nonconformity.
David?
You're
You want
muted.
to
I wanted to mention one more thing, just because I don't want to get too far down the road. The inclusionary housing requirements have been mentioned, and those are requirements that are imposed if this project is going to be changed into dwelling units. It is not something that you can consider in the use review criteria, and it's not something that, in my opinion, you can create a condition for.
say that again, Helen?
For inclusionary housing,
Yeah.
that's
Right.
not something that can be considered in the review of these criteria.
Right. So, before you go, David, I'm just gonna, just push back a little. There's no specifics in terms of review standards, but the purpose and scope. 910.1 of nonconformance standards. Adoption of land use controls and changes in zoning have created nonconforming uses, non-standard buildings, and non-standard lots. The purpose of this chapter is to allow these nonconforming uses and non-standard buildings to be changed and upgraded without requiring their elimination, if the change would not substantially adversely affect the surrounding area, and the change would not increase the degree of nonconformity of the use. Additionally, this chapter sets standards that allow the development of non-standard lots. So there's quite a lot of stuff that you can do under that it goes beyond just parking.
Mm-hmm.
And we've already discussed how, in the staff report itself, it admits that the increase in the number of dwelling units in this property is an increase in the nonconformity in terms of number of dwelling units. So, I'm just discounting the 9-215 F2. And really, I'm going to focus in my analysis on the site review criteria.
Can we enumerate those?
Sorry?
Can we move into those then and see how we feel about those, given that we've taken the temperature of everyone but Lisa to an extent?
Yeah, let's let Lisa speak.
Really appreciate what David brought up, because that's what I kind of was also trying to parse through even before the conversation tonight. And so I also agree with other planning board members who have concerns about the project. But I was trying to understand, is the existing condition, is the existing level of conformity Marpa House, or is it the maximum allowable usage on that site in terms of how it could be rented? Because those are two very different things, which I think was also highlighted in the applicant's, application in which they talked about. So can staff or another member of the board kind of because that I think affects how I'd respond to the first question. It may or may not influence how I feel about it overall or how I vote on various other parts, but just that particular piece, like what exactly is my baseline conformity? And I think that's kind of at the heart of the application as well.
John?
Yeah, I understand the issue with the proper baseline. I would say, as I mentioned before, I think the proposal is so excessive that it, even with the original fraternity hall baseline, that that it is unacceptable by comparison to that one. And that's also both with respect to the on-site management issue, as well as the automobile parking issue, because parking rules have changed since that was a fraternity. And people's behavior and students' behavior has changed since it was a fraternity. And I think that's all reasonable to take into account.
So just to follow up on that, John, so I take the point about on-site manager having a house manager, or somebody else on site. And parking was something I wrote down to talk about anyway, in terms of what Peter brought up in terms of conditions, if we were even to entertain moving forward with it. But when you describe that, are you saying kind of the externality of the additional on-street parking that will happen as opposed to the on-site or change in parking spaces? Like, are you thinking of the impact of the occupants?
Yeah, I'm thinking of the impact, the impact of those factors on the nearby neighborhood.
Thank you.
David?
Okay, yeah, I wanted to, am I muted again?
No, you're good.
I wanted to thank you, Hella. I think I tried to say the things you said when I was talking, and thank you for clarifying for me to make sure all the wording was right. Yeah, but still the fact that inclusionary housing applies to this is something that we can talk about, right? I mean, if we want to, we obviously can't do conditions on it, but we can remind ourselves that we are getting inclusionary housing benefits from this as we deliberate, or is that considered a bit unseemly?
Well, if the criteria don't speak to it, so you shouldn't base your decision on that.
Base our decision on it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I did want to go to some of the criteria and just a little more, I guess maybe how this area fits into its surroundings, because a lot of the criteria are compatibility, character of area, in conjunction with the improvement in the appearance and other benefits that might happen. So, when I walk the neighborhood, that property is a diagonal through a park and maybe one more city block away from campus. It's really close to where all the students live. And I'm not ever comfortable with us getting too heavy with characterizing students as somehow separate from our community, because we are a university town. So I try to avoid going down that path and just think of, is it appropriate for there to be a mix of students and non-students in this area? And I do think it's reasonable. Right next door, there's a sorority with many more units in it than this would have if we approve this. So I think that when you tell stories about imaginary future residents in places, that can oftentimes become a distraction. And I do think that it is quite a bit in a transitional neighborhood. Now, the other thing is, this is a building that has been here forever, and the reason that this downzoning to RL1 to me is quite severe, quite a severe change from what could have been there. And so this building is completely out of sync with RL1, obviously. So I really think it's problematic to look at RL1's parking requirements and try to apply it to this building. It's just the reason we have nonconformity is this is going to be, because of that, a little bit of a mixed use area. And there's no real getting around that, especially if we care about landmarking this property and preserving it and making it beautiful and keeping it up. So yeah, we can't say, oh, well, we would need 1.5 cars per unit or anything. I just can't see how we would do that. However, I do think that we could probably come up with conditions to try to make sure that the parking situation doesn't get worse than maybe, in its current non-conformant state. So anyway, yeah, I just wanted to talk about the CU compatibility a bit.
Can I ask a question? And I think it's a question for Sloan. It's my understanding, and maybe I could be wrong about this, but it's my understanding that if a building is unoccupied for a year, it loses, it no longer, the previous occupancy or rental licenses are no longer applicable. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you discontinue a non-conforming use for a year or more, you lose your rights. And I do believe that the current owner was leasing for a time to make sure that he retained the rights to the boarding house.
Do we know that, or we believe that? I mean, can you confirm that, just so we know that we're operating with full information?
I'm trying to think of what we have, but I think that they've been in the active process, so I don't think we've questioned it. But if you feel like we need to verify it, we can.
Well, it just, I mean, we're being asked to make a criteria-based decision, and this would seem like a salient fact that would help us with that.
I mean, what I would say is we have interpreted someone submitting an application within that year as meeting that criteria. This, the discretionary process can take a long time, but I can say with confidence that they submitted an application within the year. I don't know exactly when they stopped leasing. We would have to ask the applicant that.
Yeah, I think, Sarah, do you mind?
No, go ahead.
As a follow-up to that, if we were to deny tonight, would there be a mechanism by which that clock for nonconformity would be told, so that this doesn't, if they come back with a different application, that they don't lose their the applicant doesn't lose their non-conforming status? Because it seems to me like it would be absolute mania to try to require a property this large to be a single family house.
No, fair enough. But,
actually, that was a question for staff.
oh, sorry.
There is, within the 1 year period, an applicant can ask for an extension, and staff can grant that if otherwise undue hardship would result.
Okay, that sounds good. Go ahead, Sarah. Okay, other thoughts?
This is a really tough one. I mean, it's very challenging. The needs are real, and I would say the application was fuzzy and confusing, and we're being asked to make a criteria-based decision, perhaps with some conditions.
Peter?
Echoing Sarah's point, this is an interesting kind of through the looking glass moment, because the frozen in amber mentality that some of us rail against at times is we're just looking at this from another perspective completely, because there will never be a MARPA house the way it was. The community was used to that, was comfortable with that. I'm leaving aside all of the other very ugly issues that surfaced for the sake of this, to stay on point. But the idea of a contemplative Buddhist co-housing, co-living. We need Brian Bowen here to help us with that difference. But that thing that was there is a thing, and it was an institution, and the community was comfortable with that. And we heard that in the comments. And that won't be there yet. I'm curious, and I guess I look to you, Harmon, with your interpretation of the code and your sense of jurisprudence here, and with Hella's counsel. There are uses for this site that I think would adhere more closely to that use. Whether they work with the pro forma isn't our concern. If the purchase was made and those eventualities were considered as part of their underwriting process, it's their job now to seek the highest return and do what they know how to do. However, there is a movement afoot that I think there would be demand for, that would be a use of this property that would adhere more closely to what the community was close to. I find it very hard to believe that a developer would go through this process in the face of such opposition. And I'll leave it at that. But if they're, and I'm where I'm headed is what happens, and we don't want to see this property go into, what did you say, rack and ruin?
I did.
So sometimes we get to this point in our discussion of, okay, well, what then? Because we're, I think, a fairly considerate group, and we are trying to forecast the implications or consequences of what we might say. And I don't know if it's appropriate to do that, but that's where my mind is going, of playing this out a few more moves to see what would happen and see if that might reveal something, because we don't want the rack and the ruin.
Right.
Yeah, are you proposing, Peter, that that the planning board send the applicant back to the drawing board and ask for a completely different proposal? And if so, would you recommend the planning board give some clues as to what might be acceptable? I don't know.
I think there was a pretty clear reaction from the neighbors, and there was a pretty clear reaction from those in support, almost to it was a pretty interesting division in terms of the comments and how they were conveyed. Hard to deny. And we do need housing, and it is a college town, and this is the Hill. But at the same time, the Hill has multiple personalities. And as Sarah had just said, this is a tricky one. So it's so obvious that the application was met with fairly fierce opposition, and for there to be no movement, if true, is concerning. And I do believe there is a demand for a variety of housing types that could be met by this property. So I just can't believe that there isn't another use for this property that would fit. And I don't know where we are able to have that conversation and how.
I'll tell you, in the interest, can I cut you off?
Please.
So in the interest of maybe getting the board to start putting its cards on the table, I'll do mine. I think that the way that the application, first of all, we can approve with conditions, or deny, or continue. And based on the application as presented, I would vote to deny. I think looking at the rationale under the site review criteria, I'm not sure that it provides any direct service or convenience to the neighborhood, or reduces adverse impacts on the neighborhood. I don't know if it provides a compatible transition between higher intensity and lower intensity uses. It's kind of in the middle. I don't actually think it's necessary to foster a specific city policy as expressed in the BVCP, including moderate income housing or group living arrangements, which we heard argued for by several members of the public. And if maybe the applicant was coming forward with a tenant mix that looked more like that, you know, it would be easier to approve. And then going down to subsection F under the rationale, F1, which I'm really keen on, the reasonable measures required, the applicant's undertaken all reasonable measures to reduce or alleviate the effects of the nonconformity upon the surrounding area, including reducing objectionable conditions, noise pollution, air emissions, vehicular traffic, materials and refuse. And I'm not seeing, on-street parking is another one of those. There's no limitation whatsoever that the application has proposed to limit on-street parking, for example, or noise pollution. And then in G, it says the approving agency, that's us, may impose modifications or conditions on the use review approval in order to assure compliance with the criteria in E and F, those subsections. So, for me, I'd either vote to deny the project, or I'd apply some conditions. And, conditions that I can think of that might assuage some of the fears that we've heard and might actually reduce some of the demonstrable impacts of the use are quiet hours. Lots of colleges have quiet dorms, and this is basically a for-profit private dorm. But more particularly, we apply quiet hour requirements to use reviews all the time. Businesses that have to shut off the music at 8:15. I mean, we've done that in the last 2 months. There are 8 or 10 parking spots, off-street parking. I'd be happy with a parking limitation at 16, one spot per unit, stuff like that. But, I think at that point you're asking the applicant, are you going to accept these conditions? Because they heavily change, the tenant mix that you're looking for. But, maybe that's the kind of tenant mix, and that's the kind of level of noise, and that's the kind of level of parking and vehicular traffic that would make this application compatible with the neighborhood. So that's my take. Sarah.
Carmen, I think those are interesting, and I would add another possible condition to the discussion, which would be a maximum of 3 unrelated people occupancy, even if occupancy regs for RL1 change over time, as a way of, I know that the applicant has said that they never intend to have more than 3 unrelated, but this would be a way of guaranteeing that, because they can change their lease anytime. But if we establish an occupancy rule, then for unrelated, that would limit the possible implications of multiple folks living in more than 3 unrelated people living in any of these units. Is that something, Hella, that we can consider?
Yes.
So basically, we're staving off a future ordinance that might loosen.
Right, and it doesn't affect families, and it doesn't affect domestic partners. Right, it doesn't affect any of those any of those protected classes, but it would prevent this from being what is currently imagined as 48 individuals becoming 52 or 58 or 62 or whatever.
David? Yeah, so normally that might worry me a little bit, but I think actually, given that the current maximum occupancy is 50 under group home, there's a justification for this, because we're just assuring that we don't go so far down the that far down the nonconformance path as kind of a side effect. So I could probably support that. I think there's a rationale for it. And thank you, Harmon. I actually had typed up a potential restriction of the MPP program. And I was saying 1 resident permit per resident plus 1 per unit would take us down to a maximum of 64 versus 132 in the current configuration. With your algorithm, it would take us to 32 versus 132. So that's a huge difference in passes to park unlimited amounts of time on the street around this property. So I think that would be a good condition if we want to go down that path. And then I think the quiet hours are a good idea. I also put down that I think I kind of resonate with this idea that when we talked about boarding house or fraternity, having on-site management is sort of a thing that's expected in that use. So to try to make this diverge as drastically, maybe also having, I don't know if it would be in the good neighbor agreement, but in the property agreement that that I would consider on-site management as a condition if we were going to try to make this work tonight.
Thanks. And Lisa, just hold on for 1 sec. I just want to reassure the applicant that we will not vote on this matter and impose any conditions without asking you first if you would rather either withdraw the application or take a denial or accept the conditions. So Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, that was almost exactly what I was going to speak to. So first, thank you for everything you said, Harmon. It was close to a bunch of notes I had taken kind of further down once we got past the first criteria of, just various concerns I had about the project. And I'll be interested, to hear that from the applicant, because my instinct is rather than create a system of conditions and rules and you have to do this and have to do that, that it might be cleaner to deny, but also offer some guidance on what we see as potentially being a more compatible use. And so I'll speak to that for myself personally. So when I think about what might work there, and again, how you want to restrict this and make sure that you're doing it correctly, I think about graduate student housing, I think about faculty housing, maybe even some units that are targeted toward families. Associated with faculty or staff, and those might be ways to address some of those concerns that do crop up. I am by no means, I was also troubled by some of the commentary we got that really was, in my opinion, vilifying undergrads. And I cherish living in a university town. I dearly love them. They are kind of launching into the world, and living right next to them is a unique experience. I've been there, but I think when we think about which parcels are appropriate for that, and we listen to the neighbors and hear their concerns and maybe filter out some of that particularly strong language that I do object to, but there are ways to maybe make this more compatible with the neighbors. We're not going to get Marpa House back. I think I understand their grief, that they wish it was still the same. But how can we make this something, and that'll be up to the applicant, that may still work from a pro forma perspective, that allows us to preserve the building, that recognizes that it is going to be some form of group housing, and addresses the neighbors' concerns. And I just don't think it's been taken far enough in that direction. So that's some of my guidance.
John?
Yeah, I think what Sarah and Lisa have suggested is a reasonable way to move forward. As Peter said, we need to think about what is going to happen here. If we say no to this, something is going to happen there, and we want something good to happen there. My personal opinion is that it makes sense for us to send it back, to reject this application, and give guidance to the applicant about what we see as potential possibilities for them to come back to us with. For me, having a boarding house there with on-site management, a revised good neighbor policy that the neighbors seem happy with, in contrast to what we have right now, are two elements that we would want to be very explicit about.
I saw Lupita's finger go up.
Yes, because like I said, I'm hearing myself through the comments from my colleagues. I really do think that this is one of those cases, at least for me, that it clearly could be improved so much that we can do a much better job for the city if we're acknowledge that this could be improved, and we happy to give guidance. We've done this before, and we have had applicants that really thanks us for us. And this is where people can finally say, you know, it is a thankless job, but once in a while we do get some thank yous, and that is by standing up when we really think something needs to be redone. And this is how I feel about this. I really think there's a number of limitations. I really think that what they're proposed in terms of the renovations, or not renovations, but, you know, the preservation is laudable. It really is something good and good for the city. But there is a missing piece here that is very important. And I think that it would have a negative impact in something that is very important to our city, and that is our citizens. I think after listening to that long list of people, at the very least, we need to take it seriously. And I just see it as, I would like to do my job, and my job is, I think we can help the applicant come up with something better. And we're happy to provide guidance. But that's, I think, what I will feel most comfortable with at this point.
So let me take a poll, and I'd like to poll the board right now, and the two questions are going to be, so you know which one you want to put your thumb up for. Are you leaning towards, I'll just say it this way, are you leaning towards denial or approval with conditions? So let me see thumbs on denial. Okay. So if we already have 4 people who would rather deny the project than condition it so that it can meet the use review criteria, maybe we should ask one of you to make a motion, and then we'll see if your votes actually stand up.
And Harmon, if I may, I just wanted to propose one more thing that you could consider, and just hearing what some of you have been saying, it'll probably not matter to some of you, but one idea, if you felt that if there was a lower number of dwelling units, and with that the criteria would be met, in addition to maybe the criteria that you've discussed, that could also be a condition.
Sarah, you'll need to unmute, please.
Can I ask a question of Hella? Could we send it back to the applicant with suggestions of reducing the number of dwelling units, and ask them then to come back to us with reconfigured, you know, that itself would then change some of the parking issues and possibly change.
Can I just cut you off? I think it would be more effective just to cleanly deny the project, but to reiterate some of your reasons for denial, and then let the applicant glean from those reasons what kind of a resubmittal might receive a more favorable vote.
But how does that fit with Hella's suggestion that we give them some,
Hella,
offer some guidance? Isn't that what you were suggesting, Hella?
Hella, go ahead, Hella.
Yeah, I was saying that one other condition you could consider is to reduce the number of dwelling units. 16 are proposed, but if you felt, I'm just making it up right now, if you felt with 14 and quiet hours and the condition of maximum 3 unrelated, the proposal would meet the use review criteria, then you could, and you would be comfortable imposing those conditions, then you could do that. I think that's supportable under the code. So
when Hella says you could do that, she means you could vote to approve. So that's an approval condition, not a denial condition.
But wouldn't we be approving something that we haven't seen yet?
Yes.
Yeah, so you would have to be comfortable with that.
So I'll just say, Harmon, to your point, suggestion of moving forward to vote, I guess I feel like I'm potentially missing some information, and I appreciate knowing whether that's something we should ask for now. And that is just kind of what I was saying, that I wonder how useful it is to condition something into oblivion, as opposed to just issue a straight denial. And I don't want to make assumptions on behalf of the applicant as to what they would prefer, but I just worry that if we go through the approval with conditions path, I think we're going to have a lot of conditions, and I think they're going to be highly constraining. And I just don't know how valuable that approval would then necessarily be. So I don't know when it's appropriate to pitch that to the applicant, but before moving to deny or approve conditions, I could sort of be swayed in either direction, but I'm leaning denial because of the degree of conditions I suspect we're going to put on, and I just don't know what that does to the project.
So Lisa, what I would suggest that we do is that we would actually get a motion up, and then before voting on it, ask the applicant if they would accept that vote, or they would like to at that point withdraw their application, or if they would not accept it and therefore prefer a denial. And that would force us to think about the conditions with some rigor. And at some level, I just don't want to think for the applicant. If maybe the applicant's sitting there thinking, I'd love to have a dorm that has quiet hours and few cars, because I've got 10 applicants for every spot in every one of my apartment buildings. And if I can get the kids who are quiet and don't have cars and don't tear up my apartments, I'm just going to have less maintenance to do. And so I can accept these conditions. It's just going to make my project cheaper to run, and I'll still get the same rent, and it will still be 100% occupied. I don't know what the applicant's thinking. He might be thinking, these guys are crazy. There's no way I can rent a place out that doesn't allow parties after 9 o'clock. But, for us to give the applicant the opportunity to say, yes, I want that, or no, I don't want that, deny me, or I'm going to withdraw and come back differently. I think that's paying a service to the applicant and giving them an opportunity to make the decision.
I agree, Harmon, and I love that expression, Lisa, conditioned to oblivion, because I was seeing the future where we're down to the number of sutras to recite at before 8, and then that's a condition, and it could just go on. We could be here till 6 a.m. So we're at a crossroads, Harmon. Do we go through the process of conditions? If those who, you said, do those who would deny, do they make a motion and do a vote, and that's that? Or do we forestall that and say, would the applicant be open to conditions, and then we do the conditions? Because I would hate to spend an hour and a half doing conditions to then ask the applicant if they accept those.
Okay. Well, I think the first question is, do we have 4 denial votes? And if that's the case, then somebody who's going to be one of those 4 ought to make a motion. If we don't necessarily have 4 denial votes, then I agree with you. Let's ask the applicant if they're open to conditions. So I pose the question again, do we have 4 denial votes?
I'm not going to move to deny until we ask the applicant.
Okay. So we're down to
John, I'm sorry, John had his hand up, and I think he wanted to say something.
Please, John.
Sorry.
My thinking is that if this is denied, the applicant has heard our discussion tonight. The applicant knows what we're concerned about and the issues that they have to address if they come back. So it's not obvious to me that there's any additional gain to be obtained from trying to specify conditions. They've heard our discussion. They know what we're thinking.
What's further absurd is our discussion mirrors what apparently have been the neighbor comments all along.
I don't know what's absurd about that, Lupita.
Yeah, I like to think that it may be at the best service of the applicant that they give a chance to give us the vision again, now hearing more directly from us that we maybe we're a little more in concurrence with what they, in accordance with what they heard from their neighbors. We're not in complete accordance, but we do have our concerns, and I have confidence that they can come up come back with something stronger. We've seen this before where they come back with something that, addressing issues that we bring up at the board. So I like to give, like the benefit of the doubt to the applicants that they can't, kind of take all this and come up with something that we will feel much more comfortable with. And even if there needs for any kind of concessions or conditions, there will be a lot less and we will all feel much better for it. So that's kind of like where I am. I really do think that the applicants will probably, I don't want to speak for them, but I will be one to accept to go back and do my own homework again than to be told that I need to do it this way and that way and that way, because at the end, likely I will not like what I have. I'm not one of those people who just like to do what other people tell me. So I think I like to think I have the confidence in them that they can really take our comments and come out with something great, because the property is great. I mean, they really have the right material to do something great.
David, before you go, Lupita, what I'm hearing you say from a process perspective is that you would be in favor of denial, giving the applicant the credit for that they've heard us for the last 5 hours and the community, or the other option, the fourth option, which is continuation. So, if we were to continue this hearing to a date 60 days from now or something, so that the applicant could propose a different submittal in the meantime. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm more in favor of that than to start with a list of conditions, which they may not like and may or may not even necessarily make the project better. They're the developers, they know best. I just think that there may be a little space for them to go back and rethink some of these things. I like to think that I'm sure they can.
Okay, I saw David's hand up.
Yeah, I hear what that side of the that perspective is very valid. However, a denial and coming back at a later date also means that the makeup of the board can change. It also assumes that we've said enough that they really can know what it is that we're most concerned about. And I'm not, I'm not so sure. If we actually enumerated conditions, we would be saying what we're exactly concerned about. Hella mentioned we could reduce the number of dwelling units. Well, personally, I don't see that, given what the applicant is doing, that this is the wrong number of dwelling units. So I personally wouldn't necessarily, I would probably resist maybe trying to put that in. But we may not be able to get there. But see what happens though with the denial is you can get these, and I hate to use the reference to the word zombie project, but you get these projects that just keep coming back and they just keep missing the mark because planning board isn't clear enough as to why what it is we feel would make the mark. So I can enumerate conditions that I think I've heard, but then again, maybe it still misses the mark. But in that case, would people not be happy unless they saw for sale units that could allow people to, buy condos, which is not something that we have. That's not our say. We don't know the business model, and we don't know the priorities of the property owner to be able to say you must do it that way. So I don't know. I still kind of feel like we could hammer out some conditions that would, and then maybe continue, or at least put down a list and then do a continuance that might make it a little easier. That's a possibility. So anyway.
Other thoughts?
Can I just a clarification? What I'm hearing from David is conditions and then a vote, yay or nay with conditions. And is that what you're saying, David?
I would say conditions that we would ask the applicant to respond to. And maybe we could do them in not hammer them out in a votable way, but just like put them on the table and see if they are something that we think we could get to tonight. And if not, then we could decide to either deny or.
So I hear your concern about a zombie project, but I also hear Lupita's point that we're not the developer. We're trying to make we're trying to use the criteria to make a decision. And, you know, you could end up with a real Rube Goldberg kind of machine at the end of us making suggestions or conditions. I'm just wondering, Harmon, from a process perspective, could we at this moment in time get some feedback from the applicant vis-a-vis the conversation that we have been having?
I think the applicant wants to provide feedback. I wanted to make sure I heard everybody on planning board first. So are people ready to listen to the applicant, or do I have more thoughts? Okay, well, why don't we let Joe talk and see how he has been thinking as he's listened to us, and if he's willing to accept conditions on the project. Jean, can you get Joe up on the audio at least?
Joe should be able to go ahead. Joe, we're not hearing you.
Did get the video, but no audio. So if you're still called in on the phone, that might be a.
That might be.
Sometimes the video card or the video hardware on a laptop won't connect to Zoom, as Lupita found out one time. Remember, you had to reboot because nobody could hear you.
Jean, can you unmute? It's called ESA Architects.
I was just going to ask for that. There we go. They should be able to unmute.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, all right. Thanks, guys. Sorry for the challenge there. So we've heard your concerns loud and clear, and just wanted to offer a couple of thoughts up. On the parking conditioning, we're more than flexible, and we have 100% confidence in our underlying assumptions and in our traffic consultant report that we have a ton of on-site bike parking. We know who rents from us elsewhere, and we're comfortable conditioning the parking down, especially being this close to campus where we're, a third of a mile. There's no issue there. On the maximum residency piece, we're more than fine conditioning that to the 48, however you want, in terms of enforceability on it. Again, it's entirely consistent with our intention, and we're more than happy to do whatever. We're also flexible in the on-site management piece. And again, we're happy to do that because we have confidence in the types of tenants, and it's entirely consistent with our end game. One of the things that I really want to impress and let you guys know, and again, it's hard in this format, we appreciate that. We've been working extremely closely with staff for over a year on multiple rounds of revisions that, in fact, despite the perception of some neighbors, we have made significant modifications to this plan to get where we are today with staff approval. This plan has evolved enormously. And we have also gone through that process with the Landmarks Board and gone through the entire landmarking process that we did not initiate, but we went along with, and we believe that the outcome of that is an exceptional project. The piece that we keep coming back to, if we look at simply the building itself, we are not expanding the number of proposed residents. We're reducing from the rental license of 50 that we could have in there tomorrow. And we're not expanding the area of the building. We're not expanding the envelope. In fact, we're reducing the number of party areas outside. We've reduced significantly the outside decks that could have any impact on neighbors. And from a practical standpoint, I don't think anybody could argue that a conventional apartment is less impactful, or could argue that it's not less impactful than having a group home with 7 massive indoor party areas in it as it sits today. And the challenge is the economics of making the type of investment that's necessary to bring this scale of a landmark back through a restoration that reflects appropriately on the landmark board's desire and council's desire to actually have this building speak to what it was. You can't invest that type of money if you have it be refugee housing or some combination of affordable. There are concessions we'd be more than happy to make in conditions on it, on the practical places where, frankly, again, despite what we've heard from the community, our interests are extremely aligned in having a great project that's low impact on the neighborhood and the community and that gives back. It makes no sense for us to do anything else, particularly where we are going to be investing millions to restore a landmark in place without expanding so much as a foot the footprint of that building, and do nothing more than reduce the number of tenants we could have today. So I would urge you to please, take those things into consideration and to please, consider those conditions as an option rather than sending it back. We have, sat on the sidelines with this project and not rented it in good faith as we've gone through this process, in working very closely with staff. And, we were very confident that we had, with staff's approval, finally reached a point where, the changes that we had made have reflected, a significant improvement and a fantastic project for this area.
So Joe, where are you on accepting a condition on quiet hours?
No, we're totally fine on a condition with quiet hours. And again, it's entirely consistent with the type of property we'd like to run here and the tenant base we'd like to have, and we're fine with that.
Okay. And so what I've heard so far is that the applicant would accept the kind of condition that we were suggesting around maximum number of cars.
Can I clarify on that one, Harmon?
So, well, my suggestion is if I were to create a condition, it would be to limit the number of cars that tenants may own to 16 or 1 per unit, and just borrow the language that we always apply to co-ops.
Oh, okay. So it wouldn't be MPP passes. It would be number of cars.
Right. And you just, every applicant to live in the building has to divulge whether they own a car or not. This is a condition we apply to every co-op that gets approved in the city.
That's how it's done in co-ops. Thank you. That's a great reminder.
So is that something that you would be willing to accept?
Yeah, and just for clarification, is that 16 total or 16 on top of the 9 that we are proposing on site that are off street?
So
because this goes back, if I may, just super briefly. The reason we worked with Fox Tuttle at city's suggestion was Fox Tuttle has done the city's own definitive parking study of that area through the Chautauqua area plan and the parking improvement plan. And so we're comfortable making a reduction, but just to be clear, we have the same expert that you have with the same data set that verifies that there's ample parking nearby. If we can do our on-site plus 16, something like that, we're flexible. It's obviously not a deal killer for us in terms of the condition language, but we'd really ask that you take into consideration Fox Tuttle's data and the city's data on this and condition it appropriately so that we're not arbitrarily picking a number that's not rooted in the data set or on an actual condition there.
Okay. Real quick, John, hold on a second. So we heard on parking, we heard that on-site management is acceptable. We heard a maximum occupancy of 48 is acceptable, and we heard that quiet hours is acceptable. So John, go ahead. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, I have something else, but I also have a process issue here. It's now 11:43 p.m. and I'm not sure we ever agreed to continue to go this late, which I thought was part of our process. But I'm also not in a position to try and figure out what conditions we should haggle with the applicant about at this point. I think if we want to do that, we should continue this meeting and have a coherent discussion at a later time.
Well, we're perfectly entitled to continue our deliberation and make our decision at a later date. Planning board does that from time to time. I don't think we had to vote on continuing, keeping the meeting going, because that's a vote that we're required to do if we want to open a new item.
Okay, well, I would like to suggest we continue this at a different meeting, because I'm not in a position to think very clearly about the conditions that we're talking about.
David?
If we do, am I muted? If we do a continuance, can staff work with our suggested conditions and even work with the applicant a bit so that we have really good language coming into the continuance, or is that something we really have to do ourselves?
No, we could try to draft conditions based on what we've heard.
So that would give us something to start with, John, that would be have the heft of professionals working on the language, and I think we've pretty much articulated what we're thinking about, right?
Yeah, I think our concerns are fairly obvious, but I'm just not in a position to think about how things are worded at this point. And
Lisa?
Yeah, just one thing I didn't hear the applicant say, probably because of the late hour, that I want to be sure to reiterate, especially if we're continuing. And I think this would be consistent with not having very many cars and having quiet hours and the location and all that, but to maybe create it as some kind of an intentional community targeted toward graduate students, advertises this is a quieter living opportunity for you. This isn't a party house, that there might be some ways to condition that so that people are kind of selecting in. You'll sometimes see that with on-campus dorms and stuff like that. And so, again, to the extent that it's feasible, both from a pro forma perspective and also in terms of who you're trying to attract to that location, I think that would go a long way toward addressing some of the neighbors' concerns as well.
I would, if that's possible, I would love to see that. As much as the students were vilified, which I don't agree with, I think there's an entire part of the student population that doesn't get represented at these meetings, which are those who believe in those very things that are very closely aligned with what the neighborhood apparently enjoyed about MARPA, and we're missing an opportunity to reinstill that into this neighborhood. And if it's not the applicant's business model, then maybe this is a chance for them to look at it, and it would be a net benefit for everyone.
Lupita?
I like to echo that. That was one of the things that I was hoping that the developers would consider, even the population. I was a graduate student for a long time, and I lived near students, singles, couples, families, and even here, I know that some faculty come and live on student housing because they have a difficulty finding housing, and it is not unusual to find somebody living in those conditions, which you say, oh, you should be out of student housing. But they like the environment because sometimes families find other families like near each other. I think that particular population, even if it's just a few of those families within this property, would really make this into a more diverse population that will kind of transition from the community that is presently there with the transitioning to the students that we usually think about, like we started talking about only undergraduates. Universities have a wide range of people, and to be able to merge these different populations, I think that may be a possibility for something like this. We really can think about a population usually people don't even think about, and that is graduate students with families, and even faculty, like I said. So just to throw something in there, is definitely something that I will feel a lot much more comfortable. It will definitely tackle a population that usually won't think about. Our community, our city will acknowledge the legitimate needs of the university that will bring us together in some way. That's the kind of solution I would love to sign on.
Okay, let me David, let me ask the applicant if some kind of requirement to do preferential leasing to graduate students and young faculty or something would be acceptable to them. That's a question for you, Joe.
And if the applicant could introduce himself by name, because they're all in one room together.
Hi, hopefully that worked. Can you hear us now?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay, great. That's the question of targeting it towards specific audiences is interesting. We don't discriminate whatsoever in any way, shape, or form who we rent to. And in fact, we're prohibited from discriminating who we rent to. The product type and the way they're designed is a big determinant in who ends up living there. And the reality is, if you have a small footprint unit that does not have spaces where people can congregate, then people who are interested in partying and not academics tend not to select that as their place to live because it's inconvenient with their lifestyle choices. We would absolutely welcome any graduate student, and they self-select into nice places. And as a building with this type of landscape and this type of finished condition and a historic, massively restored building, that's obviously, not a product that's going to be a high appeal when there's ample other product down the street that is party environment. So we're a bit hamstrung in that we cannot discriminate lawfully or set a class of people to whom we exclusively market at the exclusion of others. And we're very sensitive to that. So if there's, I'm not sure what the legal workaround is to be able to simply say, we want a certain class of renter type in a building.
Hella, do you want to maybe address that? I think there might be some confusion on discrimination.
I didn't catch all of that. Are you asking to reach out to certain population groups or restrict it?
It could be either or. I was primarily saying, can you market this? And I would set probably a set of expectations that would be part of, signing on to living in that location. And then I would say this is intended as a quiet area. It attracts a lot of graduate students. It's intended for young couples. Because I think there's a little confusion over what our protected classes are and aren't, which is something I spoke to earlier. It is, as I understand it, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, legal to not rent to undergraduates. So that's my question, I guess, Hella, is whether I'm, again, if that's accurate.
Well, just to be clear real quickly, if there's a recommendation or a condition that the marketing of this points towards a specific type, or that it's not marketed, directly in partnership with other, units, we're fine with that. And again, I really want to impress here, we are very much motivated to have an exceptional project. There is no upside whatsoever for us to have a project that is in conflict with our neighbors. We will own this property in perpetuity. I mean, this is a long-term investment for us. And so we want to do that right.
Okay. Ella, were you going to respond to that?
I was going to respond that under the Fair Housing Act, just a student class is not a protected class. I always caution a little to make conditions based on who the person is versus what the use is and operational characteristics. It's land use is really about regulating uses versus who lives somewhere, based on who lives somewhere. That said, we do have some regulations in the code and that have been upheld. A court would review it under a rational relationship to a legitimate government interest review standard. So for example, property ownership, I think, is one of the classifications that has been upheld in some courts. So for ADUs, we require that the property owner lives on site. There we're addressing who that person is as well. But I'd be a little bit cautious about it.
So perhaps it's not super defined. And again, I want to be mindful of the fact that we're almost at midnight and not define that specifically. But I would say if we do continue this and staff and the applicant continue to explore it within appropriate existing and potential legal boundaries, I'd like the applicant to just kind of explore, you know, how can we encourage folks beyond just the size of the units, you know, what kind of conditions might be possible to put in place that would do what I've spoken to and Peter and Lupita have also touched on.
Okay, so I've got Peter first, then David, then Sarah.
Just to quickly summarize, and the applicant mentioned willingness to use certain marketing terms. And if a house on a rental website could say things such as, if you want to be close to fraternities and sororities, it doesn't get much better than this house compared to another house that has a different description, to compare to what we're talking about, which is if you want a house with quiet hours in the majestic old property, you know, an institution that we've renovated and is historic landmark, then this one's for you. I mean, people will know that they're going into a situation that has these stipulations and they will be drawn to that or not. So it's enough, I think, for them to go back and hear this. And it echoes a lot of what has been heard. And I appreciate the applicant saying that they worked with staff, despite what we may have heard from the public, that they have modified this, and we're asking them to modify it further and obviously continue. So I'm not going to take any more time because I heard John's point well, and I agree with him. Like I said, we could do this till 6 a.m. because it's fascinating. So,
okay, David.
I want to make sure that we don't. Yes, I think that we've said a lot about how they market this. I don't think we're going to come up with enforceable language in the conditions on how they market it necessarily. So I think a lot of what we said is great direction, but I do think there's language that could go into a resident agreement that includes the quiet hours. So I would say that we add to the quiet hours that they agree to that part of what they sign is that they recognize that this is that they are agreeing to live in a community set up for people who appreciate peace and quiet and good behavior. So I think that language that the residents actually sign to agree to certain behaviors is fine, right? And that can supplement our recommendations on marketing, which hopefully have been heard and will be useful to that. And I do have another thing that I really want to touch on, but if people want to go on and on this one, we can.
No, David, I think just bring it up now.
EcoPass, that was kind of shot down when I brought it up, but I did hear people say that they felt that students, yes, walk to campus, but when they want to go off and do stuff like go to, well, certainly to Denver. I mean, I know it's not very useful for skiing in the mountains, but if you're going to the airport. So for people who choose not to have cars, an EcoPass could be quite useful for getting around the metro area. So I do think that we should consider
because the university provides a free EcoPass to all students.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
That's right.
Sarah first and then John.
Okay, it's almost midnight, but my real point is one of the ways that the applicant could make this a more family-friendly or young couple-friendly would be to put a playground on their land. Just a thought.
Those undergrads, they would just go crazy with the playground. We can't.
Okay.
You know what I mean, Peter.
John?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, I would also suggest that that the applicant do another crack at the good neighbor agreement, because I didn't hear any support from the public tonight that they were satisfied with the existing good neighbor agreement. And I think that would cover a lot of the issues that, for example, David was talking about quiet times and so on. It seems to me that's the kind of thing that the good neighbor agreement needs to deal with, and it needs to be effective. And so I think more work needs to go in on that.
Can I ask, do we feel that the conditions will specify that, and then so it would be on the record as conditions, but then we also say that it goes into the good neighbor agreement, right? So I think that also on-site management would potentially go into the neighbor agreement as well, right? I'm just thinking of where it goes. So anyway.
From a process perspective, I think, whether we make a decision tonight to approve with conditions, or we decide to deny tonight or continue to another hearing, public comment is closed, and we're basing all of our deliberations on what we heard. And it's very typical for us to apply conditions without reopening the hearing to new public comment. On the other hand, I think if we're asking the applicant to really jigger with the project, we're getting on to some thin ice around coming back in with a playground and a new good neighbor policy and so forth without really, considering it a reapplication and reopening the hearing. So, I think I would ask Hella at this point whether she agrees with that assessment or if she has other advice.
Well, I was understanding it as we were going to work on the staff is going to work on the conditions that you were then going to consider, and the conditions can be drafted such that it requires the good neighbor plan to be revised.
Okay. Well, that's right. I was more reacting to suggestions to change the site plan and have the applicant bring a new good neighbor agreement, which I don't think is appropriate at this point. I think we're well within our purview to continue the deliberation, not reopen public comment and apply conditions. Okay. So I'll ask it one more time. Do people want, do we have 4 votes for denial? And
we lost Lisa. We lost Lisa. Oh, there she is.
Because if we now have 4 votes for a continuation to continue deliberating and review conditions, then I think I will make a motion to continue the hearing. How many folks would like to continue? Okay, we got 5. It looks like John and Lupita would not like to continue this matter. Okay, so then.
Before you do that, since we'll be working on conditions, can you elaborate a little bit more on quiet hours?
Well, I think you can leave the time, just a typical quiet hour condition and leave the times blank, and that'll be part of our deliberation.
And what would it mean? No playing of loud music, no guests over in those terms?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would be comfortable. I think you're opening the door to additional deliberation that could be quite long, Hella. I think we should just go with the general understanding of what quiet hours mean. And then we apply a time to that. Do other people agree with that sentiment for this hour?
Especially if there's an example somewhere where we've done that before, but yeah.
Yeah, as someone who had parietals in my college, I'm not, you can be very quiet with one other person. So it's not so much the guests, it's the noise.
So we have a car ownership limit. And we've suggested 1 per unit, and the applicant suggested 1 per unit on top of the 9 off-street parking spaces. So it's somewhere in there. On-site management in one of the units, a maximum occupancy at 48 or forever limit of 3 unrelated persons per unit, and quiet hours. Those are the 4 that I think we've all, that those who are in favor of conditions have all voiced approval for those.
But I thought a good neighbor agreement revision was in there too.
Okay, and the good neighbor agreement revision.
And I thought Lisa's point about trying to, I mean, without, maybe marketing is the wrong word, but hoping to expand the potential rental focus to graduate students. And I still like my idea of a playground, a little playground. If nothing else attracts young couples, it'll be a playground.
Okay.
And I know it's site review. I understand. I get it, but just saying.
Okay, so I think hello, David.
And I just want to ask Hella, during this time between now and when we continue, we should avoid discussing this case with the public and reading articles in the paper about this case. Is that correct?
That's correct. And also you shouldn't discuss it amongst each other.
And what about advice to members of the public who feel like they need to provide additional input when the public comment is closed in this hearing? Are we to advise them not even to write letters to us?
Yeah, and you can tell them that you can't consider it because the public hearing has been closed.
Okay. And that's clear. So I will either make or entertain a motion to continue this hearing until a date certain, but before this is a quasi judicial matter, so we need to have a date certain to continue it too. So we'll need to ask staff when we have an opening.
I think February 18th will be the next available agenda item.
Okay. Then I'll make a motion, David.
Oh, I was going to offer to make a motion, but you can make it. I'll second it.
Go ahead. I'll second it.
Okay, I move to continue use review application LUR 2020-00022 to February, was it 18th? To allow staff to draft conditions as directed in this public meeting.
I'll second that. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, then I'll make it the motion of the board. And I won't repeat it. I'm going to rely on Cindy and the tape. David's motion is the motion of the board. I'll do a roll call vote. David?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Lupita?
Might as well go aye.
Okay. Lisa?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. So the motion passes 6-1 Gerstle against. And I want to thank everybody. I know this was quite grueling, and I hope that well, I can't really hope. I just appreciate all of the time that everybody's put into this, including the members of the public. And if I
And
could
it's Friday.
What?
And it's Friday.
It's Friday now. If I could hope for anything, I would just hope that you felt heard. Okay, so I guess the staff and the applicant have some work cut out for them, but you've got a little less than a month, about 4 weeks, exactly 4 weeks to do it. So let's move on to the next item on the agenda.
Do we need to vote to keep going?
What? Oh, to open a new matter?
We don't have much, I know, but
do we have to vote to go to matters and debrief and all that?
Well, you could. I mean, I think under procedural rules, you would do a check-in at, I think, 10 on whether to start any new items.
Okay, well, this is a new item, so.
I move that we just finish up the matters.
I second.
Okay, can I just get a hand vote for that one? Saving time? Okay, great. All right, so we're going to move on to agenda item number 6, which is matters from the planning board, the planning director, and the city attorney. And since planning board is first on that list, I'm going to take that up because I've got some matters. So again, the reminder about applying for boards and commissions, especially planning board, which if there's anybody out there who has never seen a planning board meeting and they're still there and it's 12:08, and we've just been through this, that it's probably the wrong time to suggest that this is a great thing to do, to join planning board. But just so you know a little bit more about the process, the application deadline is next Thursday at 5, and then the applications will be qualified internally from February 1st to February 19th, and an interview schedule sent to the applicants and posted, I believe, on the 19th. The interviews will be on Thursday, March 4th, Tuesday, March 9th, or Thursday, March 11th, if you're looking at your calendar to see if you can make an interview. It's important if you want to run for planning board that you attend the interview. And then if you were selected, the appointment will be made by city council on the 16th of March. And then you guys won't have to see me anymore because that person will be sitting where I am right now. Well, they won't be sitting, David or someone else will be sitting where I am, but you'll have a new board member. 2 other items that I wanted to talk about are a couple of appearances I made in front of city council over the last, this month that I think you ought to know about. I was asked to present to city council on January 5th around Macy's site review amendment, which they called up. And so I can convey to you that the 2 things that we really complained about in the even the folks who voted for the Macy's site review approval, we had an issue with the lack of affordable housing and the way that the project did damage to the jobs housing balance, and also that there was no affordable retail component and that we couldn't require either of those. In the end, the applicant agreed to make a $3 million contribution to the affordable housing linkage fee. And they also agreed to provide affordable retail. So I felt like we were heard, and the applicant at city council made concessions through a promise to put covenants into their deeds that I think staff is probably working on now. I don't know what the disposition of that is at this point, but the project is supposed to go on the consent calendar. It was approved, provided that the conditions came in looking like council wanted them to, and council voted 8-1 to approve the project. But they really wanted to know what the cause was for planning board's split vote, and that's why they called me in. The city council acknowledged that it couldn't really condition either of those concessions, and rather the applicant volunteered. So like I said, the requirements would be covenants. They weren't written at the time and to be drafted at a later date. As to what we wrestled with about the on balance piece, we talked a lot about what does it mean, this on balance, the site review criterion about the Boulder Valley Comp Plan needing to be met. Its policies and goals need to be met on balance. We struggled with that, so did city council. At one point, Sam Weaver, there was a little colloquy with Tom Carr, the city attorney, and Sam Weaver said, on balance is a judgment that's made by each member of the body, to which Tom agreed. And then Rachel Friend took it a step further and said, so just to clarify legally, I could ignore all but one and say that on balance it doesn't meet because I like that one best. And Tom Carr at that point really changed his tune and said, I would be very uncomfortable with that if that's what you did. So I think it's a good lesson to us, something that we should really think about, that if you want to base a denial on just a single goal or policy and stack that up against a multitude of them, you better have a good reason. Or just do what certain council members suggested, which was come up with a bunch of other goals and policies to add to the one. on the 12th, the next week, council study session.
Can I add something, Harmon?
Sure.
I just want to give you a kudo. What Harmon didn't mention was that I went and watched the whole thing because I was kind of fascinated by this one. And what Harmon didn't mention is when he presented to council, he quoted something from each one of us by name and really laid out, I think, very, very clearly what everybody had said. So I was just very impressed with that you took the time to actually come to that meeting with quotes from each planning board member and really give us all that recognition. So thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that, David.
Yeah, I heard it too, Harmon, and I thought you did a very nice job on that.
Well, thank you, John. We then, I got called back the next week for the council study session, and I presented our annual letter, and I was asked no follow-up questions. However, I can tell you that I did get several private emails from members of staff really commending planning board for the focus areas that we touched on in our letter. And that really made me feel very happy. So, you know, high-level staff within the city really giving us kudos for the kind of leadership that we provided with that letter. It was a nice feeling. So I wanted to pass that along to you. Okay, so any matters from other planning board members? Okay, then I'll turn it over to Charles. Are there any matters from the city that we need to know about?
Nothing from staff other than we'll be attending the city council retreat on Friday and Saturday, and we'll report back to the board.
Thank you. Lisa?
I received a cool courier delivery in a neat green thing of the updated codes. How do I return that to you, Cindy?
The bag?
Yeah. Or do I just keep it forever? Is it my souvenir?
It's your souvenir. No, hold on to it for now.
Okay.
I have no idea. Maybe I'll come to Boulder and just come to each of your houses. And if I need
heart greetings.
I need to get out of the house or something.
I still have a blue
In
one.
the park by the library, just bring it over and between so and so.
Yeah, just bring me some coffee.
Treats. Yeah.
I'll sit there in a chair and you guys can all run.
One at a time will come.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to check.
That's anything from the city attorney, Hella?
No, nothing from me.
Okay. Anything from you, Cindy?
No, not a thing.
Okay, well, Jean, you all right?
I'm good.
Okay.
Done.
I doubt anybody really wants to debrief, so unless somebody's burning to say something, we'll just do a calendar check.
Yeah, our next meeting is on the 4th. I'll be sending out the packet hopefully on Monday. And we just have a couple public hearings on that, and that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for sending those code updates out, Cindy, and thanks to everyone on staff for all of your good advice and hard work and late hours.
Yeah, what time is that?
Thanks especially to Cindy and Jean.
Sorry?
Thanks especially to Cindy and Jean.
Absolutely.
Oh.
I was just going to ask, what time does that retreat start tomorrow? That sounds.
It's in the evening. I think it's 4 to 8 tomorrow, and then 8 to noon on Saturday.
Okay, so it isn't like you have to get up at the crack of dawn.
No, I do have another 8 o'clock though, so.
Well, with one final thank you to the public for sticking with us and providing so much input, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. And thanks to the rest of the planning board. Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thanks, Jean, for hanging in there.
Yeah, Cindy, no problem.
You bet. Drive careful going home.
Yep, we'll do. Thanks.
Be careful.
Okay.
Thank you so much for everything, ladies.
You betcha.